Well, this wasn't for them. This was for you. I just fixed it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, I had audio turned off because while I was doing prep, I was rolling the intro to the stream, and that has audio. But then I didn't want people hearing my microphone, so I turned it off. But now it's back on, so hopefully people will be able to hear. And I've got the audio from you guys, so that should be. Let me pump that up just a little bit because I had it way down.
It's all good. Yeah, it's working now.
For future reference, if you put anything in chat, there is a 99% chance he will not see it.
That is, yep, 99.
Now,
are you talking about Discord chat?
Yeah,
it's closed. I'm not looking at Discord. So I don't care what happens in Discord chat, and that's even between games. You put something in Discord, I don't read it.
Okay.
Yeah, just if you want me to know something, you need to PM me directly. You can put it in there, and I might or might not look at it, but I try not. I don't really open Discord unless it's game night.
This is so weird because I opened the stream just for fun.
Yeah.
And I can see myself moving around on there.
Yeah.
Looking like I can see myself looking off to the side because I'm looking at the phone. I'm looking at the stream. So I see myself looking off to the side, moving around. Like, this is so weird.
Yeah, it's like a, 2-3 second delay?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Don't do it then. There's no real need for you to look at the stream. One reason why I say that is because you'll see all my notes that are specifically for the viewers or the game master and not the players. So you'll be hitting spoilers if you watch the stream.
I couldn't see. I was literally just looking at myself moving around.
Oh yeah. No, I know. There's nothing on there right now, but I'm just saying
I'm
potentially there could be.
Why would I watch the stream? I'm part of the stream.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Well, I understand you want to watch to see, did I make a stupid did something happen that I should have paid attention to, or, that kind of stuff. I get that. I probably would watch a stream as well, but I would have to resist doing it because I wouldn't want any spoilers. But that's up to you. Okay, I trust you guys. Okay, so let's talk about the upfront. So you already know we're using the critical fail deck. We're also using the Arkadia setting. Arkadia is a setting for D&D that is Greek themed, and it's a little bit. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's they changed names to protect the innocent, right? So it's not exactly Greece. It's their own world. It's called Arkadia. But I find that it works perfectly for historical Greece. I just have to change some names around to make it work back with Greece. Okay, so that's the primary setting, but I'm still using elements from history, Odyssey of the Dragon Lords. There's a lot of cool things that are in Odyssey that I'm using. I'm using the Mythic Odyssey of Theros book, and I have a number of third-party books, materials, and a lot of other I even have the Greek supplement for GURPS. So I'm using quite a bit of different source material just to help me with ideas and help me design the campaign. I've been working on this campaign for a long time, at least over 6 months, and you guys are going to reap the benefits. Okay, so that's pretty much up front. There doesn't really need to be anything else there. Now, there's the same changes. Now, if you watched my previous stream or if you played in my previous stream, you will know that there is no nightly rerolls. In my previous Greek campaign, there was a system that I used where I gave the party 4 rerolls, and they decided if it was time to reroll one of their die rolls, they could just use one of the nightly rerolls, and you got 4 and it replenished every night. We're not using that. You don't get any free rerolls. No free milk runs. No handouts here. This is all on you. So there's no nightly rerolls. There's no free lives. In my previous campaign, which this was straight out of the book, there was, depending on the background you chose, you got a number of lives so that you could die and then you would be brought back to life by some supernatural creature or something like this. And
that was a variable number?
It is a variable number, depending on your background. And like Andromaca, he used his life at level 1. So he died. He had his head bitten off by a mimic. And luckily, he didn't ever have to test that again because he had only received 1 free life. But there's no free lives in this campaign. No handouts, no milk runs, no freebies. If you die, I'm going to go find somebody else to play a character. You're out. No, I'm kidding. I mean, no. If you need to make a new character, we'll make a new character. But that is, try not to get killed, right? If you are dissatisfied with your life choices and your character class and stuff like that, or your race, and you feel like, 4 or 5 levels down the line, you're like, man, I really wish I made a warlock character, which you can't. But let's just say I wish I made a wizard character or something like that, then we can have a discussion about that. But hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully you don't think that your class or your race makes your character, because he doesn't. The way you play him makes your character. And you can play different characters, but if you play them the same way, then they'll have the same shortcomings. So just don't rely on your class and your race to make your story enjoyable. Just make it enjoyable. Okay, we are playing Wednesday nights instead of Thursday, and you level up after a long rest. So I will grant you experience points throughout the campaign, and if your character sheet pops up with a hammer and anvil next to your experience points, then that indicates that it's time to level up, and you would level up after your next long rest. In my previous campaign, it required a week of downtime for you to level up, and not in this campaign. I'm not giving you any free handouts, so I'm not going to make it hard for you to level up. Yeah, so
you'd be surprised how inconvenient that got.
Yeah, you're out at sea on a boat, and there's no place to stop and have a week of downtime. Also, a week is 7 days, not 10. So don't think it's a 10-day. This isn't Forgotten Realms. Okay.
I dread to think of a whole work week that lasts 8 days.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Or 9 days with only 1 day off.
No, don't make me think about that. I hate that idea.
Been there, done that.
That sounds terrible.
4 days on,
sounds
3
like
days
what?
off. That's good.
No, that sounds great. Are you, eating soup right now?
It's fruit cocktail.
I see. I just saw you lean forward at a spoon.
Hey, if you got to, you got to, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So before we get started, I know that a lot of you made characters together. Sebastian, I think maybe Mike was present when you guys were making your character. But like Chad, Mason, and Mike made theirs on the same night.
It was glorious.
Before we get started, I need to know if you guys know each other, and how do you know each other. If you don't, that's fine as well, and then we can just go ahead and jump straight into this campaign.
So I don't know any of these guys currently, I would say, just because I kind of crafted my character story with that with the other person who left, and he told me, "Hey, brother, sorry, I'm joining something else," type thing. So, I'm fine with being like the odd man out type thing. I think I got like the personable skills and everything like that to kind of get in and things like that. So I'm fine with being by my, like being the lone person, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I just want to let you know you are all going to be starting at the exact same point in the world. So you will get a chance to meet each other. It doesn't mean you just don't already know any background or anything.
Yeah, it was pretty common once upon a time for even strangers to travel long distances together for safety. Bandits and wolves and the like.
Okay, but does anybody else know anybody, or are you all individuals,
No.
or?
I've been toying with the idea, but I just got out of 8 years of prison, so I think everyone I know doesn't talk to me anymore.
I feel like Silix, given their backstory and how they grew up, I feel like they wouldn't know anybody, like, at all, and they just kind of came stumbling out of the woods one day.
Okay. Okay. So it seems like nobody really knows anybody. Is that what I'm getting, Mike? Is that you agreeing with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It makes
Okay.
sense given how everyone's done their backstory so far.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. This is how we're going to start the campaign. Over on your map, over on the left side where it says Arkadia, right? And you can see to the left of that it says Olympia, and there's like a little box around this area. That's the regional map. That's the map I'm about to pull up, and that is where you guys are currently at in this world. You're all traveling south from Ellis down the coastal road. Let me pull that map up. How do I use Roll20? I completely forgot. Okay. Regional map. That looks good. Let's drag you to that one. Okay, so you can see where Ellis is. I don't know if you can see this map yet. I don't know how fast it's going to load for you.
I can see the map.
Upper left-hand corner, of course, is Ellis. And then south of that is a town called, or I should say it's a city called Ithia. And then you have a token right here, which is the party token. You know, it's showing you guys your party, right? That's your token. And so as you move around this map, I will be moving this token. These hexes are approximate, and in the bottom left-hand corner is a little scale. It says, and this is good for just knowing your hex is about an hour of movement, okay, approximately 3 miles. If you move slow, and this is a party decision, if you move slow, you'll move 6 hexes a day, but what that means is you will be alert to any kind of surprises, and you'll also make it harder for someone trying to locate you or whatever. It'll make it harder for them. So you'll be moving at more of a quiet, slow pace, and meaning you'll also be able to keep your eyes on the horizon. If you go normal, you get 8 hexes per day, but then there's no advantage or disadvantage for spotting you or you spotting someone else. And then there's fast. If you want to move fast, you can. It means every now and then you'll do a little jogging. You know, you do a little quick stepping, and you'll get 10 hexes per day. And that's 10 hexes per daylight, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but in Greece, there is periods of time, like specifically in the winter, where the sun doesn't come up till like 9 a.m. Okay, so
Man, like Canada.
right. So, but that's not now. This is May. This is how much daylight you get to move. Normally it's Normally it's about 8 hours,
A boot.
right? A boot. Yeah, it's about 8 hours. But if that's your normal pace. 1 hex per hour, 8 hexes, which is 8 hours. But if you that also implies stopping for lunch, maybe breakfast, camp, getting ready for camp, and all that stuff is all included in those time frames. Okay, if you were to look on your character sheets, you should have some updated equipment. I've gone through everybody's character sheet and I've updated it with your pack or satchel, and some things that you're carrying in that satchel. If it says satchel, because I think one or two of you says backpack and the other ones say satchel. If it's a satchel, think of it like an over-the-shoulder book bag or something. It's really just like a single strap over your shoulder, where a backpack is actually 2 straps over both shoulders, something on your actual back. Other than that, they function exactly the same way. It's just flavor. Okay, so you guys are about 2 hours out of Ithia. You might not even actually be that far out. You might even only be about a half hour out from Ithia, which winds up being about 1.5 miles to the city. So you're only 1.5 miles from the city. You can see the city way off in the distance. 1.5 miles away. It's so far away. You are traveling in a group that have traveled for the last couple of days south of Ellis. You might have, and this is in your own brain canon, you might have linked up with these guys sometime after they left Ellis. You might have started from Ellis. You might have been on the road and this group caught up to you, so that maybe, and then once you get a group in a caravan going together, like Mason was saying earlier, people tend to travel together, even if they don't know each other, just for safety, right? And just for pass the time, because you can talk to people and you can share your stories, or you can, it's more enjoyable to travel with a bunch of people than it is to be out there all by yourself, right? So, but you're all going to Ithia because, you guys are going to Ithia because you're looking to pick up some equipment, because you don't have hardly anything. You got your backpacks and stuff on, but you've got some coin in your pocket. You've got, you want to go to Ithia. You want to pick up some adventuring equipment. This is your individual, because remember, you're all separate right now. You want to pick up some adventuring tools or gear, maybe look for a job, maybe find something worthy of you earning a name for yourself, becoming a champion, a hero, or something like that. If you were to look on the regional map and look all the way at the bottom, on the right hand side, it says Blighted Lands.
Ominous.
It is. There is a polis to the south that is ruled by a necromancer. He's a known necromancer, and he's stayed. He's run a city just like any other city. I mean, there's trade, there's people coming and going, and there's he has basically normal interactions with other countries and stuff like that. But something recently has happened that's expanded north of his kingdom, and is that the the territory or the land is starting to become corrupt or diseased or blighted, if you want to call it that. And most people suspect it has something to do with him being a necromancer and him studying the dark arts and stuff like that. But he seems to care for his people and take care of them and stuff like that. So there's a lot of mixed feelings going on about that. There have been some creatures that have come out of the Blighted Lands and have ventured north. And gradually the Blighted Lands, over the years, dozens of years, has slowly grown. It's like a plague that's spreading, but it's spreading super slow. It's not like a mile a day or something like that. It's like inches a day. It's just growing. But the creatures from the Blighted Lands venture out of the Blighted Lands into like your territories or whatever, and they have to be put down because they're corrupted. So that's something that's happening. The Ionian Sea here is where a lot of these coastal villages and cities get a lot of their seafood from, obviously. But recently, the fishing or whatever has not been productive. There hasn't been a whole lot of good fishing. And there's speculation that, the sea is cursed or something like that. And they think it might have something to do with a prophecy. But you don't know what that prophecy is. And but you've heard that people are like worried that the end of days are starting to come. Not exactly, but you get the idea. Okay, so you guys are about 30 minutes out. Oh, and plus you're traveling with like these two sisters. You don't really know who they are, but there's two sisters, young, maybe 17 years old. They're excited to go to Ithia. They want to form a new they want to like have work. They either want to work as like in the palace, work for the king or something like that, as one of his handmaidens or something like that. That's what they're hoping that can happen. If not, then they'll find work in a bar or something like that. They're just excited to go to the city. There's another guy traveling with you. His name is Joe, believe it or not. It's Joe, and he has a single sheep. And he is taking the sheep to Ithia to sell it so that he can get some coins, because he's got big plans. And then there's a father, not of the daughters, but just a guy. He claims to be a father. He's going to Ithia because he doesn't like living. He doesn't like farm life. He's not a farmer. He tried it, doesn't like it, wants to move back to the city. There's an old woman. She's slowing your party down. She's basically, everybody's staying with her and helping her, and she's got her cane that she's walking with, and every now and then somebody will walk with her and escort her into town. But basically she just wants to go into town to live a soft life. And that's who you guys are traveling with. Plus there's you four. So who's giving who security?
So I think it's very funny because me, the player, I'm not going to remember all that. And I think Silix, the character, is also not going to remember. He's going to turn around at one point, see other people with them, being like, huh, so those are people traveling with us. Didn't notice them, and then keep going. I feel like that is something he would do, and it works because that is something I would do.
If you feel like it's important, then you can always take notes. But if you don't feel like it's important, then don't worry about it. Then it's not important.
Don't worry. I feel like Stillix would be providing, like, if it makes sense, forest defense, like, in case, like, he's sort of in tuning himself with the nature around him so that if there's, like, a disturbance, he can let everybody know.
All right. Sounds good.
Hold on.
So, yeah. So what do you guys want to do? You guys have about 30 minutes. If you want to interact with each other, if you want to talk with any of these NPCs, you're more than welcome. If you would like, you already know based on your tokens that you saw on the token table who each of you are. You basically have a half-elf carrying around some drums around his waist. We have a Leonin, which they're known to be ruthless murderers from across the mountains. And this guy seems to be a little civil. He's not trying to murder anybody. Then you've got this Minotaur walking along with you guys. And another human.
Thanks. I've been demoted to another human. Thank you.
Right. You've been included with the other humans.
That's what you get for being normal and being accepted in cities.
Normal, you say to the man who grew up in the forest pretty much all over like 25 years. Normal.
As far as I know, yeah.
Got me.
I know there's a lot of there's someone's going to have to be the first one to break the ice, but I'm going to sit back and let you guys decide who that is.
Now, who was the Minotaur? Was that Mike?
It is.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I'm remembering things already. This is great.
It's weird.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So, Zermetes is actually not avoiding, but making a point of not talking to the humans. But I am sticking close to the Minotaur, and
Thanks.
yeah,
Degradation, I see.
yeah. I have good cause.
I assume you do.
Raxus hasn't really talked to Silas. He just thinks you look gross. He just thinks
Wow.
it's gross.
Wow.
Wow.
And then Orion. Is it Orion?
Orion.
Does it have a name for it? Orion's just. Sebastian's not here right now. I don't know where Sebastian went.
Yeah, he got up from his chair.
Yeah, he's sticking around with Zermetes.
Jeez.
Does that mean Silix just by himself
Yes.
on his own?
Yeah, pretty much.
No. No, you know what? That feels right. He's like, whoa, I'm on a road. It's
Gotta
weird.
I nudged the Minotaur. Bunch of buttons we got stuck with, huh?
I don't even question it. That's just why I don't even question it anymore. I just go about my business and just try not to be bothered.
Hey, are you guys like talking about me?
Don't you think we would have included you if we were talking about you? Do you think that would have happened?
Ouch. See, that hurts. That hurts me in my soul.
I know it does. So go on about your business.
Fair enough. You know what? Fine. It's fair.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to share this with Sebastian when he gets back. Hopefully, he's got a headset on and he can actually hear what we're saying as we're playing. But I want to reiterate something. If you're not in the party, go ahead and log out, and I'll see you in some other game. Right? If you're in the party, start acting like, or let me rephrase that. If you guys are a party, start befriending each other because this is the beginning of a great friendship. If you are not befriending each other, you're telling me that you don't want to be in my game, and that you want to go play a solitary game on Xbox. That's okay. You go do that. But if you want to be in a D&D game with other players, you need to be in the party. Sebastian didn't hear any of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The dog threw up, so I had to go clean
Oh,
it up.
that's horrible.
Oh, no.
I don't want to know that. No. What I was telling them was, it's okay to have personal motivations and role playing a loner and stuff like that. I get that. But this is a game where you are a party of characters, and if you don't act like a party of characters, go ahead and log out and go play Xbox.
Alright, so jumping back in here, Orion would more than likely, after realizing what Joe is attempting to do right, he's probably not used to the big city life, trying to sell sheep. Orion will try to partner up with Joe and
Okay, so you go over to him.
yeah, I go over to Joe and say, "Hey, Joe. Hey.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, what's going on, man?
hey, so we've been traveling for a couple days, and you keep on mentioning trying to sell that sheep, right? For
That's
some
right.
money.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
so-
That's right.
When I was younger, my dad taught me how to be a really good salesman. Okay, I'm very I got some good tongue, all that stuff. So, how about this? We bring the sheep into the town together. We go to whoever will want to buy the sheep. I sell the sheep. I get a quarter of the profit. And then you get the 75%. Because it's your sheep, Because, hey,
Right.
my dad, he taught me how to even fucking sell a cactus to somebody who owned the cactus. Because I'm from, like, the deserts. I'm not from around here, so I know how to sell things. I'm really good at it.
Is Ryan a multi-level marketer? Is that what Orion is?
Try to stay in character. Okay, so he looks at you and he looks you up and down, evaluating you. Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
First roll of the campaign.
Yeah.
Come on, one.
No, don't say come on one. Hey, there we go.
That's not bad.
22? Yeah, because I can't toggle advantage off. So,
Right.
Ryan
So
says,
the
"Hey, man."
way it works is it's always the first number.
Okay, so 21. So he says,
It's
"Hey,
a 21, unless you have advantage or disadvantage, and then we will know which one it is. You don't have to toggle it. You can always roll double. That's fine, because I'll just look at the 21. But in this case, you did have a 22 because he's easily manipulated. So, yeah, you tell him, and he looks you up and down like, yeah, you look like you would know what to do.
Man, I can even play a little bit of beat here on my drum, and he starts tapping a little beat on his drum, like doing like the rumble to applause, and say, "Hey man, what's it gonna be? Come on!"
Well, I just want to know, how much do you think I could get for this sheep?
Well, back where I'm from, sheep are like a much more valuable creature. You're probably looking at like 100 silver pieces, roughly. That's where I'm from.
Okay,
Around here,
okay. Yeah.
You're thinking, DM, would I know how much a sheep could sell for?
No.
Yeah.
Well, how much are you gonna try and sell it for?
Yeah, you know what, man? All right, just because
If you can get me 100 silver for this sheep, then I would be happy.
Okay, all right. So let's try to aim. How about this? We put a price tag, 200 silver, and I'm pretty sure someone's going to get us pretty close to it. Okay, so you get the 100. How about this? You get 110. I get everything that's left.
insane.
110?
that.
110?
Yeah, you get 110. All you want is 100, right?
That's right.
There you go. You get 10 extra, and then I get whatever's left.
Yeah, okay. He puts his hand out to shake your hand.
I spit in my hand and do the same.
So looks at seeing this happen.
Okay.
He's like, well,
He shakes your
what's
hand.
going on over there?
Awesome.
They're talking. What are they doing?
So all of you all might or might not have heard this conversation. This group is not, they're not all standing shoulder to shoulder. You know, you guys are kind of spread out a little bit. But if you want to have heard this conversation, there's no roll. You just automatically heard it. And if you want to react or interject, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, you can just let it transpire, let it happen.
A bit after this goes on, I just want ask him. So, what's your name? Just looking at the drums.
Well, okay. I'm assuming that like the DM mentioned, we're not all walking shoulder to shoulder. So I would say Orion's casually just playing a beat, standing next to Joe, and he says,
I'm waiting a couple minutes after your conversation until I have to ask.
Okay. So then I guess while Orion, he was actually going to walk over towards the guy who didn't like being a farmer, and I guess let's say you're in between me and that man, and you go ahead and I kind of stop by you while we're walking in pace and say, I go by a lot of names sometimes. Some people call me some really derogatory ones because I come from the desert, so but I go by Orion. That's my name. So
all right. Nice to meet you. Orion. I'm Raxus. I was wondering, I'm looking for someone to help me make it to a couple of these cities because I'm trying to get started as a big name gladiator and pit fighter. I just want to ask, can you help me with that?
Dude, I could totally be your face man. Okay, how about this? Okay, we're gonna go into Ithia, right? I gotta help out Joe over there. Okay, I gotta sell his sheep.
Okay, I can wait.
And then how about this? We go to the closest bar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
People love me naturally, so I'll just go ahead and start playing some tunes. Getting some people casually around, and then I will hype you up to the 10th degree. Okay. And then what we'll do then is we'll get you an entry level fight right away, and let's just rock it all the way to the top. Try to keep traveling and everything like that. You can only be in one town for so long. It's something I realized real quick.
I understand.
Yeah, I've never been in town at all.
You never been to town? How have you never been to town
No, not
before?
really. Well, I think I have been a few times, but I kind of just keep to the forest most of the time, honestly.
Oh, dude, Tom, I'm telling you, I tried that life before, and it was not a good time. I am a city person through and through.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be in the city? There are no trees around.
You are missing out on a good time. I don't know what your name is.
Silix. My name is
All right.
Silix.
All right,
I feel
Silix.
like I'm not inherently, because the forest it's so vibrant and peaceful, and there are animals around. In the city, it's just loud. People are yelling and stabbing each other, and it's not a good time. You get yelled at.
Well, clearly you haven't been to enough cities because the cities are amazing.
Are
they?
Oh yeah, especially when you're around people like me, man. People just naturally come to tend towards me. Okay, it's just something I got. I don't know if it's my good looks, and you can see he's trying to go through his hair a little bit. Maybe it's my drumming. Sometimes
I think it's your drums. You will hear the noise, and you want to see what the noise is. I think it's your drums.
Oh, hey, dude, I'm telling you, the things I could do with this drum make some very pretty women blush. Just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Are you perhaps saying you know how to bang? I've heard this word before.
I know how to.
Women are the drums.
I know how to bang multiple items all at the same time.
Hmm.
You mean making a fire?
Yeah. No. I leave that to people like Cyrix over here. I'm assuming that you know how to make a fire, right?
There's no R. It's an L. It's Silix.
Silix. Okay. Silix, I'm assuming you know how to make a fire, right?
Of course I know how to make a fire.
Alright, see, I don't need to know how to make a fire if he knows how to make a fire. You know that?
See, that just sounds lazy. It just sounds like you're avoiding learning life skills.
No. See, I have plenty of city life skills. That's all you need.
Then, were you referring to flint napping?
What is
What?
snap?
Why
think
else would you bang things together, if not to make a fire or a blade?
Well, because as he like goes ahead and plays like a shreddy little beat, sometimes all you gotta do is just go with the beat, go with the flow.
I think something he's trying to say is like, hey, everyone has something they're good at. He's good at making music.
There we go.
I'm good at fighting. That's obvious. This man's good at nature and survive and whatever kind of stuff he's at. I don't really know what you're good at, but I'm sure it's something.
Good at
Well-
nature, yes, it's fair.
Sometimes it's good to go against the flow, like the mighty trout.
What's a trout?
Okay, so a trout's like a fish.
It's a fish,
right?
They
And it
go
goes
swim.
upstream.
They fish.
Salmon, not trout. Oops.
Salmon. No, it's okay. Understandable mistake.
All right, so see, guys,
Understandable.
guys. As you can tell, I clearly don't know anything about that nature stuff. Okay.
Well,
Tell that, yes.
all should aspire to be closer to nature. It's a shame for.
This guy.
I
What is
look
your name?
over. Oh, I am Zermetes.
Zermetes.
I look
like
over at the.
Zermetes.
Oh, thank you. I think.
We're bonding over nature.
I look over at the guy giving up on farming. It's a shame that he's leaving the natural life.
No,
I
no,
would
no,
have
no,
thought
no,
that farming is the kind of thing to grow on somebody.
no,
Indeed.
don't poke fun at that guy. I need him for a hot second. Okay. No.
Oh,
You're trying to
I wasn't
scam
poking
this guy?
fun.
No, I'm not gonna try to scam anybody. He's got information I need to utilize.
He's leaving his roots.
Well, maybe he's leaving his roots to go on to better things.
Exactly.
Because to me, there's lots of other stuff he can be doing besides farming. Maybe he wants to just branch out, do stuff, other things.
Turn over a new leaf.
Stop. You guys are being punched.
I see it.
Okay,
You're all making
Rocky
fun.
said, chuckling his head, like, okay, that was actually a good one. I will not fault you for that. That was actually a pretty good joke.
What joke?
The leaf.
Yeah, the leaf.
Yes. It's a phrase. Turn over a new leaf.
Yes, but in this sense, because involving farming, which involves plants, it is also a pun.
I don't get
It's a
it.
joke. See,
Oh,
a
dude,
leaf
you.
is involved in plants, and plants are a part of farming. And you said turn over a new leaf.
I feel if you have to explain a joke, it's not funny.
Okay.
Well,
Wait.
I wasn't the one that made the joke. You were the one that made the joke.
Yeah.
Well,
That's not an insult to our
I was
speed.
simply
You kind of
commenting on what was
insulted
around me.
well, maybe the guy who's giving up on farming wants to. I respect it because maybe he wants to branch out on other stuff, like being a craftsman. Hmm?
Yeah.
Could
yourself.
he not craft
are
at home?
farmers not craftsmen of food?
No.
Craftsmen of the
Farmers are
land.
farmers. Okay.
They're
So.
craftsmen of the land, exactly.
No. Okay. All right. Quick distinction here, right? First, I don't know what this guy's name is, but I get his attention, right? I say, hey man, farmer who doesn't want to be a farmer anymore. Okay.
That's his name. That's
Yeah.
his name. Want to be a farmer?
What can I do for you?
Were you a laborer on a farm, or did you run your own farm?
Yeah, I own my own farm.
You did. Okay. Roughly, where?
Near Ellis.
Near Ellis. Okay. Did you visit the town often with like your livestock, or were you just like a crops person?
Yeah, yeah, crops.
Crops. Okay. Never mind. All right. Hey, do you consider yourself a craftsman?
I mean, no. I mean, I
Wait.
whittled a little bit.
He looks over at Orion looks over at Zermetes and Celix.
Felix.
Celix. It says, he even told me he's not a craftsman. Therefore, your argument's wrong.
So,
I don't know.
what are you planning on doing since you're besides farming? There's got to be something you're trying to do.
I'm sure there's something in the city that I can, get tied up in.
Does an ant
Everybody.
recognize itself as an architect?
Zerbetes, are you a philosopher?
You're asking
No.
pretty deep questions.
Nothing
Yeah,
so
those are
educated as that. I just feel there's a
you're
lot that can be learned
contemplating.
from nature.
There is a lot to be learned from nature, and I feel as if you are questioning the existence of all at the moment.
Sometimes we have gifts that we don't recognize. Yon craftsman of plants there simply does not recognize his abilities.
Young
And so he's
craftsman.
abandoning them.
Well, maybe he's trying to focus on other. He mentioned that he was a whittler. Maybe he's trying to become a woodworker.
Yeah.
Is
Who
that
knows?
the case?
Maybe he's a
That still involves working with nature, since wood comes from trees, and trees are of nature.
And maybe he's trying to move up. Maybe he's thinks, hey, I want to move up from farming to being a woodworker.
There you go.
I guess expand himself.
Is that the case, sir?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Are you trying to stretch yourself into woodworking?
No, I mean I could, but you know, if they need a carpenter or something like that, I'm sure I could be good at that. But basically, I just didn't want to live and work on a farm. I wanted to work for someone else and get paid for my labors instead of have to worry about if I can sell my crops or worry about wolves attacking the sheep or whatever. You know, I don't have to deal with any of that. I want to drop all of my responsibilities and just become employed.
Did you regularly sell your sheep?
I didn't have any sheep.
No.
That was an example.
Oh,
Much
Yeah.
like my ant.
I grew like wheat.
Oh. So did you regularly visit like the marketplace then?
Not normally. I didn't grow to sell. I grew to eat, to stay alive.
That's fair. Very fair. Very fair.
Alright, well, hey, I'm sure that once we get to this next polis that you're going to be some great carpenter. Who knows, maybe someday down the line you'll be making all sorts of great temples and statues and stuff
Yes,
like that.
temples.
I
the
hope
great
so.
goddess Demeter.
But
I'm pretty sure you can do it.
what if the only employment available is working a crop stall?
Can he work his way up?
Then that'll be fine. I would know what I was doing, and I would be able to give my insight to my employer, and I wouldn't have to be the one that had to farm.
How about this farmer
And
who
it
doesn't
sounds
want
like
to
we
be a
found your
farmer?
new job.
Yeah. How about this farmer who doesn't want to be a farmer? How about this? Granted, we're all traveling to Ithia together. How about this though?
Okay.
You travel with us. We'll strongly recommend you to be. We'll find like the closest carpenter's like center. Okay?
No, you don't bother with that. I'm not asking you to help me. I'm just traveling with you guys. Don't presume that you need to that you owe me anything or that you have got to try to set me up with some kind of job or something like that.
Okay. Just offering to be helpful.
No, I thank you. You're a kind young man.
Yeah, we just want to see other people grow and rise up with us. That's all. Right?
Okay, but no thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys all look like you are young, adventurous, hero types that are seeking to make a name for yourself. And that's not me. I'm trying to settle down, disappear behind the scenes.
That's fair. That's very fair. That's very fair, my good sir.
Do you come from, I guess, like a family that is well known, and you're just trying to hide?
Look at those clouds. Don't they form a beautiful pillow?
I can see a duck.
I think we've.
And he looks closely and he goes, maybe that is a duck.
I think we've bothered this man enough for now.
That peninsula looks inappropriate.
Yeah, I should have some art, and for some reason, I'm not finding it.
I loved that whole conversation. That was great because we just had this debate over over employment options.
Yes, we were all here for it. It just happened.
So good.
Hey,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
like,
So I'll make some new art. Okay. Hang on.
So I'm assuming then that you haven't really talked with people much.
Oh no, I don't really talk to people that much. I talk to wolves.
You can talk to
Right.
wolves.
I talk to wolves. Yes. Why wouldn't I talk to my family?
What? Wait a minute.
Were you raised by wolves?
I was in fact raised by wolves.
That sounds
Really?
like a very rough upbringing.
How,
Oh, it was
how do you even work?
It was fine. It was good. They loved me. They accepted me. They cared for me, and they taught me everything I needed to know.
Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, back up. When did you become raised by wolves? At what age?
This is a good question because
Earliest possible age I can remember. I just remember waking up in the middle of the forest, and it just kind of went from there.
and you found none of that strange growing up that you were the only not wolf person surrounded by wolves.
Nah, I just kind of assumed that
Okay.
I had been lost or left or something like that,
Alright, so wait, hold up. Celix, what? Can you describe like your parent? Like, what are you human? Like, what are
I am
you?
human, yes. I am human, yes. I am a human male. It is what I am. I am a human male that was raised by wolves. Part of this concept is hard for you to understand. This is not difficult. I was raised, of course, by wolves, but I am a human male. It's not that hard to understand.
Okay, alright.
Concept, really.
Okay, so we can stop real quick. You're getting real close to the city walls, and I wanted to show you some art. Now, this art that I've got available is actually looking up the coast from the south. So just accept that. You will be heading into the town from the north. Or not the town, I guess it would be a city. There you go. So you should have a picture with a circular bay there, and then another bay inside. But there's some statues out there. There is a hill, and this city is kind of built on the side of a hill. You can kind of see that. I don't know if you can see all that. All right. And I've got another handout for you that I'm going to read, or at least emphasize certain parts of this next. Oh, I can just close that. Okay. All right.
I've been out of the loop for a few years, but I feel it is not normal in a human conversation to announce yourself as human.
No, it's totally normal.
Yeah.
They asked if I was a human, so I answered the question honestly. I am in fact a human.
Who asked you that?
Oh, I did.
Orion.
Orion asked you that?
asked me.
Okay. Do you guys see that? Do you see that woman with a trident? Did that come up?
No.
Yes.
Oh, not for me.
No, the woman with the trident did not show up yet.
Get out of here.
How about now?
No.
Negative.
Okay.
Negatory.
It must be because I haven't shared this page with you. Okay, so let me go ahead and share this page with you. And then... There you go. And then you should have a woman with a trident. Okay. So this is a little history note about the city. Ithia city of sailors and philosophers who study the lost mystical arts. Okay. Beyond the gold of the hills, the crescent arms of the fair cliffs embrace the gentle break of waves, where below the headlands fields on white rocks and white sand rest Ithia, the jewel upon the sea. Okay, you don't really need to read all of that. Don't worry about it. You can read that off camera, off time if you want. But something you might want to know as important is the current king of Ithia is Daedalus. He's a middle-aged man who was a fierce warrior when he was in his prime. He is best known for single-handedly besting an iron-scale hydra. His wife is beautiful and loved Asteria. She's a Skylian elf. And then his son and heir is a half-elf, obviously, Garrus, a young man who serves with honor and is becoming a proficient warrior in his own right. Okay, so he is a young adult. And then there's the harbor, the twin lighthouses, a temple. There's a lot more to this town than what is in this little blurb. But if you look down here where it says, oh, it's not bold, I'm surprised. Ithian democracy. Ithia prides itself as a democracy set apart from the kings and queens of their neighboring city-states. All Ithian citizens can vote on large matters such as war or trade. An elective senate of consuls oversees the rule of the city. 3 consuls are elected based on their popularity, wealth, influence, and arcane power. While Ithia prides itself as a progressive system of government, Sparta mocks them for their weak leaders, while Corinth fears the rule of the mob. So whether these criticisms are justified, Ithia democracy is certainly flawed. Only citizens can vote, and to be a citizen, one must be able to perform magic. So they pride themselves in, if you don't have any magic, you can't vote. I'm not done. So a citizen does not need to be a philosopher, wholly devoted to the study of magic, but they must exhibit some ability. Thus, like a cantrip even. This is frequently only an elite few. Those with wealth and status are considered citizens and allowed to have a hand in deciding the fate of the city. So that's kind of important. And then there's something called the Black Tide. Whatever drives sailors to brave these flooded ruins, there is a single site into which no Ithian captain will sail, the Black Tide. They say it is the blood of the Titan. Wounded by Ithia's very trident, it still bleeds its black blood, seeping up from the abyssal depth. Okay, so just to make a long story even longer, there are ruins that you can see from the coast road. If you look out into the ocean, the Ionian Sea, you can see ruins just barely poking up out of the water, almost like they were on an island that had sunk, or the water had risen to a point where it's completely flooded, and you can only see the tips of some of the buildings out in the ocean. And that is used to be the islands of Skylia's ruins can be seen from the shores of Ithia. The sun sets behind the silhouetted broken pillars and tumbled walls, all that remains of a once proud and mighty civilization of elves. So the Skylian elves used to live out there, and now they live on the mainland because their continent, their city, whatever it was, destroyed. They once dwelled there when the gods were young and walked the earth. It has drowned by a terrible battle between Thesia and the Titan. There is some kind of Titan under the water out there. And as you might know, the world came about by these primordials. The primordials are basically forces of nature. You can call them like fire, earth, water, wind, stuff like that. And these primordials created or birthed the Titans. And these Titans were the primordials' children. The primordials are super neutral. They don't meddle, other than the fact that they're just, like I said, forces of nature. But the Titans, when they were birthed, they still retained a lot of the primordials' powers, like lightning or thunder or flooding, water, rock, earthquakes, stuff like that. And the Titans ruled, a long time ago, and they ruled with an iron fist. Basically, they were corrupt in the way that they ruled. They were like power mad. They had so much power and they didn't really care about people or the world. They would destroy things just because it was fun to do. And then they had children over time. These creatures that were born are what you would consider the Olympians today. Like Zeus and Apollo and Hera and Poseidon. Their children loved, and because they were more closely aligned and affiliated with the mortal people, and they loved the mortal people. And when they saw their parents, the Titans, destroying just because it was fun and not with any concern or care for the mortals, the Olympians, over time, it just built up and built up and built up, and finally they had enough. And so they turned on their parents. But because they were their parents, they couldn't kill them, or they didn't feel like destroying them outright, so they imprisoned them. So the Titans are all imprisoned, and the Olympians fought them and locked them away. And Ithia, which is one of the Olympians that treats this whole coastline as her domain, defeated a Titan that is believed to be under the Skylian territory, and maybe he's imprisoned under there. Maybe nobody really knows, but maybe she took that continent and dropped it on him or something to pin him to under the ocean or something, but not to kill him, but to imprison him. And his blood is seeping out into the water, and that is called the black tide. You don't want to get into that. It's like a corrupting, evil, like festering, bloody type situation. And then that was still a long time ago, a few hundred years ago. And now there are children of the gods, the younger gods, the new gods, the gods that are currently interacting with the humans, or I should say the mortals. The Olympians have kind of decided that they were going to sit back, relax. It's their twilight years. They're just going to rest, retire, basically let their kids deal with it. So the Olympians have retired to Mount Olympus, where they have where Zeus has his court and all that, and they very rarely will ever leave Mount Olympus. But there are other gods like Nike or whatever. They come out and they mess with people and live on the land and stuff, because they're still considered young, even though they are a couple hundred years old. Okay, so that tells you a little bit about and it's off the map, right? The Skylian island ruins. It's off the map. It's further out in the Aegean Sea, but you can see a long ways across. You're on a hill. There's overlooking cliffs that overlook the Aegean Sea, and you can see out for many, many, many miles, maybe 20 miles, out to sea, and that's where that island is located. And when you come upon the city of Ithia, I'm going to drag you guys over to another map. And it looks like it's taking a second to load in for me, so I'm sure it's taking a second to load in for you.
Jeez, this map is massive.
It's a big map.
It is a big map. I was only able to put 46 important points on the map. You can see like the triremes, some merchant vessels in the water. You can see the big circle where those two statues stood. Now, the city is not flat like this, right? It kind of is going up a slope, up. And you guys are coming in the town up here by number 8. Yeah, up from this area. This coming past number 27, which is a temple to Demeter, and you can see where the farms start. There's not a whole lot of farmland. You're on a hill slope. It goes down, but there is some farmland right there by Demeter's temple, and then the gates to the city is right there between 27 and number 8. And they are open. The gates are wide open. There is no. There are a couple of hoplites standing there, but not like. They're more there for ceremony and less for stopping people and charging a tax to come in the city or anything like that. They're not gatekeepers. They're just standing by the gate, if that makes sense. Okay, so coming into the town, it's close to the end of the night or end of your trip. The sun is setting. You can see, that's how you saw the ruins out on the water, because you really don't see them until the sun gets down behind them. Because when the sun is up, you really don't see the ruins out. It doesn't become that visible because they're so far offshore. But the sun is starting to set. You still have an hour or two of daylight. You're coming into number 8, which is what's called a caravan field, as you can see. This is where, if you were a horse and buggy with wagons or chariots or whatever you might have, this is where, and if you are not from this town, this is where you would park them, you would stable them, or you would... This is where the caravan drovers would stop, and they would take care of your horses and your wagons while you were traveling into the town to make deals or sales or something like that. But that's not you guys. Your entire group is walking. Nobody has a horse and buggy or anything like that. So now that you guys are entering the town, Joe comes up to you and says, all right, I know it's late, but...
Yeah, Joe, I'm thinking that we could totally sell this, sell your sheep here, but, you know what, Joe, how about this? I'm gonna go over to one of the hoplites, right?
Okay.
And I'll just, casually approach and say, hey, I'll go and take, a foreign accent type thing, hey, man, or how about this, southern, I guess.
You're trying to use a different accent?
Yeah, I'll try to use like a different accent just to like prove like I'm a foreigner type thing. I have no idea what this city is about type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say, hey, so me and my friend here, we're trying to sell this sheep. Where's like the best spot to sell the sheep? Do you know?
Nope.
This can only go well.
Maybe the Agora.
Maybe the Agora. Do you know where that is? Like, how far from here?
Agora, I hardly know of.
Move along. Move along.
All right, man. Hey, thanks for the help. Thanks for letting me.
Heard my joke.
I guess.
Like it.
Okay, so if you scroll to the very bottom of the map, there's a shield there, a hoplon. That is what is located on their shield. They've got a trident-looking hoplon shield. Now, I don't know if you know anything about Greek hoplons, but they go from the top of the knee to the bottom of your chin. These are big shields,
Okay.
big circular shields, and they're made of bronze, and they have like a wooden back, and it's the back is covered in a colored cloth, and they probably weigh about 20 pounds. They're heavy shields.
Yeah.
And this guy's, he's got his sitting on the ground next to him. He's like resting on it, and he's got his spear in his other hand, and he's waiting for his ship replacement.
Hey, man. Hey, real fast. As like we're walking past, where would I be able to buy some like, I guess like armor and things like that?
Oh yeah.
We need some of that stuff.
Friend Orion, I believe almost everything in a city is bought and sold in the Agora.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm not from around here, so.
That's my
you knew about
understanding of
these.
cities.
Orion, I thought you were the big city guy.
Hey, you know, desert cities are much different.
Yes, deserted cities tend to have less.
Are you from the country?
From where?
The country?
Not this country.
Okay.
He's a barbarian.
Are you okay? So
No. I'm from like east. I'm from the east.
If you're not Greek, you're a barbarian.
okay, hang on. Are you a city dweller or a country dweller? That's what he's asking. Are you from a city?
Dweller, I mean, obviously, you're a city dweller. I mean, you tell it.
Yeah, I'm a city dweller. Yeah. I just travel. I'm just a traveler.
Okay, so maybe in your country they do things differently, but in this land, we have an area that is dedicated to merchants, and these merchants set up stalls and booths that you can go into and shop around for various wares from all the different merchants. It makes it very convenient. It's almost like it's city planning, where they bring these merchants all together in one space, called the Agora, so you don't have to go around a town and go to town squares or merchant buildings or whatever. You just go to the Agora. Now, you might find that there are merchants that have shops in town, but they will have a booth in the Agora.
Got it, man. Hey. Orion will kind of like, I don't know. He's poor, so he'll. You know what, dude? I'll toss him a silver piece.
He puts his hand up and says, "You don't need to do that."
Oh, all right, man. Hey, thanks for the tip. Me and my buddy and the rest of us are just looking for a new life type thing. So hey.
Yeah, I'm sure that you would be able to find someone to buy that sheep, because nobody's buying fish right now.
Hey. Okay.
And lamb is a delicacy, so.
Okay.
So,
hey.
Wait, out of character question, was he saying all that stuff like passive aggressively? Did he seem passive aggressive?
Okay, what is out of character? I've never heard of this speak.
So, like, I guess he's asking you, like, is this guy saying, like, this, like,
Did-
in a
did-
demeanor...
What you heard. Take it for what you heard.
Mm.
I'm on a camera, and do I look like I'm like making you roll an insight? No.
I feel like there is no way to say what he said without it being passive aggressive.
Very passive aggressive.
Right, but I'm not gonna give you information that you have to determine that on your own. Yeah. Pay attention.
I just want my shift to be over already.
I apologize. I've been traveling with these mixed barbarians and good Greek citizens for a few days now. They are a little odd. We'll leave you about your day.
Yes, thank you.
He looks at you. From beneath his helmet, you can see his eyes, and they widen a little bit when you approach him, and he stiffens up a little bit, like he's almost anticipating some kind of action. So his eyes get open, he stiffens up a little bit. You can see his hand, you can see his knuckles turn white when they're gripping the spear, because he's squeezing his spear like he's trying to break the wood. And he says, move along. Move along.
Guys, let's move. Let's go out.
Yeah.
That was you,
Let's
Zermates.
move. Let's move. Zermates, come on, buddy.
Go on, Ryan. We got stuff to do.
Yeah, Orion
And?
will lag behind and say, hey, what's your favorite bar in town? Or tavern?
Are people talking?
Yeah,
I hear nothing from Mason.
I wasn't talking.
Okay, what'd you say?
what I lag behind a little bit and say, hey man, what's your favorite bar or tavern in town?
I don't really, I can't say. And then he looks over at the other hoplite that's standing there, and the other hoplite is shaking his head.
Do you have any places where you recommend to
I
us?
feel that these men are very on guard against us. We should go.
Yeah. All right, man. Hey, see you around.
Okay,
Yeah,
so as soon as you guys like get through the initial discomfort of passing through the gate, when Raxus, when you start to pass through, he puts his spear down. He crosses his spear. They don't cross their spears, but they lower their spear in front of you to get your attention, not to stop you, because you could easily just walk around them, because this gate is pretty wide.
I'm gonna look at him and be like, "Do we have a problem?"
No, I just was curious. Why? What's going on? Why are you? Why have you traveled to Ithia?
Simple. I'm trying to make a name for myself out here as one of the greatest pit fighters and gladiators, and I think these good people I'm traveling with can help me. That's all I'm here for. And Ithia here seems like a good start.
Good luck. And then he goes back to his position.
What does Raxus look like?
He looks like a minotaur.
Oh, he's
What?
He's-
Yeah.
I'm a 6 foot tall bull man.
Yeah,
He
he's
looks
a
like a minotaur.
yeah he's what is your hair color?
Give me a minute to check that again.
Yeah. And also, there's two of you. I don't remember who they are. I think it is Chad and Mike. I could be wrong. That have not put your alignment in.
Oh, that's right. I think
I have I got dark red fur.
Dark red.
hair.
Yeah, so he's got dark red. He stands out in the crowd.
Yeah.
You know, he's got these horns that stick up, and then he's got, muscular, and if you because you've been walking with him for a couple of days, you can realize that there's something special about him. He looks like he's been constructed. Like his elbows and knees and neck all have hinges.
That's right. I forgot
So,
about that.
so I don't know about Arcadia, but I'd
Yeah.
like to point out that the average height for ancient Greece was about 5'7", apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I'm
the Minotaur is
10
6 foot. I'm 6'2".
I'm 5'10".
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I'm legitimately a midget in comparison to you guys. Just so that way we're clear.
Right.
I'm
Well, no,
5'4".
Yeah, Joe's about 5 foot.
Yeah.
He's
Joe
short.
and I
He's
are-
short.
Are looking up
Yeah,
at you
but
guys.
Joe is basically following behind you like a puppy with his sheep.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
He's sheepish.
he is sheepish. Okay, so that was number 8, right? That was the caravan field. That is where you park your caravans, stuff like that. Now you're getting ready to go through another gate, which is more guarded. You see 3 hoplites standing there waiting for their shift to end. These guards are like, yeah, it's just another day on the job. You know, they're not there to harass you. They're not there to bother you. You know, they don't want to be bothered by you. You know, it's that kind of stuff. They're just ornaments. If you want to stop and ask them a question, they'll be civil about it. But that's not what they're there. I mean, that's not what they think they're there for. Now, if you glance over to the right, up on this hill, you can see 26, which is the Temple of Hades. Okay, basically, it's the Temple of the Dead. It's a big cemetery over in that section. The necropolis. That's where all the senior officials, the rich, that's where they get buried. If you're a normal person or your standard family, merchant, whatever, you don't get buried in the necropolis. That is where the kings and queens get buried. But you can see it. What's that?
So I actually had a question. You brought up Hades. Are a lot of them, like, the stories in world, like, well known? So, like, would we know with the story of, like, Hades kidnapping Persephone, would that be well known?
No.
Because I'm a follower of Demeter, and I'm like, I need to know how to react upon meeting someone who follows Hades.
Okay, so the activities of the gods are not well known. So you don't know anything that they've done. You only know what they believe in, what they strive to do, their motivations. You might know a little bit about their powers or what you perceive their powers to be, that kind of stuff.
Got it.
But you don't know
Makes
what
sense.
they've done in the world or outside the world or anything like that. On your character sheet, if you have a deity, then in the bottom left-hand corner, there should be a section called Piety. And in there, you should see some things that say what would gain you piety and what would lose you piety. And you would know those for sure, right? Because you follow the God and you want to please your God. You don't want to anger your God. So you would know these things. Okay, so when you get through 10, the building immediately to your right is the guard barracks. It's where the hoplites. It's one of the many barracks in town, but it's the one that basically mans the gates over in that area. And there's probably people waiting for their shift or what have you. And then you'll see a Temple of Hermes directly in front of you. Now a temple, in general, what that is a single room. So like sometimes there's no walls. Sometimes there's just columns holding up a roof. And then there's something in the middle. like a statue or an altar or something. But then again, most of the time there are walls, columns still holding up the roof, but then there's walls, and when you go in, it's like one big room with either an altar or a statue or something like that. And in the back, there might be a small room for the attending priest. But other than that, that's it. You don't have it's not a building complex with lots of doors and offices and stuff like that. So a temple is usually just one big room, usually. Okay, so you see the temple of Hades, and then you saw the temple of Hermes and Demeter as you came in. And so now that you guys are standing kind of in this area, this boy walks up. He can't be more than 7, 8 years old. He walks up. He's got his little, he's got like a toga on, but there's nothing going on over his shoulder. Like it's been pulled down around his waist. So it looks like a skirt, really. But if you needed to, he could always pull part of it up over his shoulder or whatever. So he comes up to you guys and says, I heard you guys were looking for, we're looking for someplace, and I could show it to you. I heard you were looking for an inn.
Yeah, we are, little boy.
Can you show us?
Yeah. I know the best inn. It's called the Centaur's Kiss.
Okay, wait.
That sounds awful.
Why is that the best
great.
inn?
They serve the best ale. They have the best. They have the best beds.
Okay, how about this? I will give you,
He looks at you, wide-eyed.
if you could direct us to the Agora, I'll give you a silver piece. And then we'll come with you to this best inn that you know of.
You're bribing a child.
Of course.
Okay.
Why are you bribing
So
a child?
is this called negotiation?
Hey.
Yes.
Okay.
Trust me, though.
Okay.
Sure.
I will take two tridents, and I will show you the inn and the agora.
No, one trident. And no
It's
more.
one- It's
You were
one
going to
extra
offer us
trident.
the...
It's one extra
No,
trident.
no.
Give him the trident.
I'm not
Raxus,
going
I
to-
believe, are
If this Centaur's Kiss lives up to it being the best inn, as you put it, I will give you 3 tridents. If it was up to being the best inn. If it doesn't, then it is the 1 trident.
Orion, I think our companions are being taken for a ride by this boy.
Yeah, guys. Do you
I
not
don't know what you're
understand?
talking about.
He's
One
already
trident?
given us the name.
Yeah, we...
One trident to show us where we're trying to go to both places we're trying to go. That sounds like a really good deal.
He's
I don't
already
know,
given us the name, and
Yeah.
the Agora is usually on the main road. If we keep walking, we'll probably find it.
Yeah, but this kid probably knows this... hey, kid, are you from around here?
Of course.
No, he's
yes.
just visiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm from Sparta, can't you tell? No. Yeah, I'm from this I live here. I know all the best places.
Okay, so clearly he knows where the Agora is. I don't know where the Agora is.
Right.
I don't
Right,
know.
He
right.
would know the fastest way there. And
Yeah.
then on our way there,
No.
how about this kid? Where's the best place for that guy? And as he, Orion points to
Joe?
Raxus.
Oh, Raxus, okay.
Where's the best place to get that guy a fight with another gladiator?
Probably the arena.
Well, you
Where
could.
is your arena?
There are gymnasiums if you just wanted to like wrestle or just exercise. But if you wanted to actually perform in one of the great games, you would have to wait for one of the festivities, because they don't happen every day.
Now, when is the next one of these?
Oh
festivities?
man, I gave you that information for free. I should have.
Yes.
You did give us
Man.
that information.
All right. How about
Okay,
this kid?
okay, you guys are taking
That
advantage
was
of me.
your mistake.
How about this kid? We all walk down to the Agora. I'll give you a silver piece now. If we get to the best inn, what is it? The Centaur's Kiss. I'll give you another. I'll give you another trident.
Well, the Centaur's Kiss. Okay, just to help out, the Centaur's Kiss is actually on the way.
There we go. All right.
Well, I don't want to. So I'll take you to the Centaur's Kiss first for one trident.
No. Agora first.
No,
Yes.
because we'll
You
walk
need
right by
more.
the Centaur's Kiss and then you'll know.
He's already told us where everything is. You don't need to pay him.
Okay.
No, but like he told you with the confidence that you should pay him, so you should pay him.
I'll give him a silver piece and say, "Hey, kid, good try. Better luck on your next one."
What are you talking about?
You give him a silver. You give him a trident.
Yeah, I give
Which
him a
are the
trident and
silver
say,
pieces?
Trying to help us out.
No, because now we know. Because like Zermetes has said, if it's on the same road, then we know where everything is, right? I'll give him a trident now, and say, "Hey, kid, why don't you go ahead and help out?" As Orion points to the old lady, help her.
Oh, she's
and
gone.
then come.
The rest of everybody's gone. They've all scattered to the four winds.
Well,
guys
All right.
The only one that's with you is Joe. Joe with his
Ryan,
sheep.
Who are you pointing to? There's nobody there.
Okay, then never mind.
Well,
I would
there are people on the street walking up and down doing their thing, going about the city business.
Looking at a human.
And kid, if you're the next time trying negotiating, make yourself look more presentable. And
I don't know. He looks very presentable to me.
Why would it- what?
If I may point out, you were going to pay this child to tell you something that the guard refused to tell you because it was obvious.
Yeah.
I thought it was because they were on duty and they didn't want to.
Kid, all right. How about this, kid? I'll get. All right. Jeez. All right. I was just like going. So I've already given it a one trident.
I will pay you to go.
Right.
By my silence.
And I'll say, kid, last trident, as he holds up another trident. Where do all the guards like to go? And when they're not working, besides like their barracks or whatever, where's their favorite bar or tavern?
They scatter around. They don't all go to the same place. But the Centaur's Kiss is not only a tavern. It's also it's basically an inn that you can get a room and stay at. But you can also eat there and you can also drink there. So it's why I would recommend it.
Okay. All right.
I don't know about you guys. That sounds like a great idea.
I hand him the second trident and say, "All right, kid. Good luck. Don't get into trouble." And I'll look to Zermetes and say, "Lead the way to the Agora."
Do you guys hear any sound? Music,
Yes.
music in the background.
Yeah.
And it was concerning at first because I was trying to find where it was coming from.
Okay. Just making
think it's,
sure.
like,
I
very
can't
quiet.
hear it. But then you can adjust your volume under your gear, under master music volume level. You can lower it if it's too loud for you, like if it becomes distracting, you can lower that. But for some reason,
Oh, there we go. I can hear it better now.
okay. It might be because it doesn't play unless I load.
I'm just going to set off confidently down the main street because why would
Oh,
you
here.
put the marketplace somewhere hard to get to?
So it's gonna very confidently follow, but he's like, well, he clearly knows where he's going.
Okay, so you guys, you gave him his one trident.
Yep.
And I can show you where you were basically just giving that to him for him to go away, right? But if you want, I can show you where the Centaur's Kiss is, and then from there, if you want me to show you the Agora or not, you can just give me another trident.
Okay, wait. I already gave him 2 trident.
Okay, did you mark 2 tridents off your character sheet?
I did, yeah.
Okay, then he's happy. Come on, let's go. And so,
Okay.
yeah, so,
Follow him. Let's go.
yeah, so, let me show you no snapping. Okay, so from there, you guys should be able to see my little black arrow
Yes.
near Hermes. Okay, so you go there and you come over here, and there's a little park with a fountain. It's kind of a Cupid fountain. It's just like a little baby with a short bow, with wings, and water spewing out of his mouth into a little fountain. And then this guy comes down this way, and then comes up this way. And there's 2 entrances. So right now you guys are sitting right about here, and he's pointing at this weirdly shaped building right here, and he says, "This is the Centaur's Kiss."
Which one? This one?
This one right here.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see my black arrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, or that.
I just drew.
Yeah, yeah.
Just that way we know.
Yeah. So that building is the Centaur's Kiss. And the building on the right, this larger building on the right, is the inn, or I should say the tavern. That's where you go in, you drink, you eat, you order, they give you food or whatever. But if you go into this back area, that is the inn where the rooms are, and then you can get a room or what have you.
Okay.
Do you want to stop here right now or wait and let me take you down to the Agora? I'll run off and then you'll have both locations.
Let's go to the Agora.
Because you can always come back here. Yeah, you can always come back here.
Now that we know where this place is.
Right. Okay, so he walks back the way he came. Okay, so you go back to the main road. Now remember, this is all downhill. So you're walking it's pretty steep. Not 45, but it's pretty close. Every time you take a step, you realize you're going downhill. Okay? And then when you get to this spot, there's like a little stair-steppy type area. You come through here, and you can see there's a couple of buildings right in this area. 29 and the Estoa of the Boule. Okay, so the kid, as he's walking past that, says, "That's where all the stuck-ups work. That's where they make all the bad decisions."
You mean the politicians?
Yeah, the politicians, exactly. So he continues walking past number 12, which is a temple to the Pantheon. So it's a temple to all the gods. The Olympians, the Titans, the lesser gods, the young gods, everybody is
All the divine beings.
all the divine, which basically means that there's nothing specific in there. It's just like stars and globes and stuff like that. It doesn't really specifically show any likeness of any god. Okay, and then he takes you to this little doorway right there, and beyond that door, in this area here, this large, you see like a large, it looks like a swimming pool. It's actually not a swimming pool. It's a stage. It's an elevated, yeah, that's it. It's an elevated market. So like if there was anything special being sold, or if there was any announcements or something, they would get up there. Sometimes merchants will rent that area because it's a special area. But otherwise, all these little stalls and booths and everything around this area is full of merchants packing up and closing their shops.
Okay.
He goes, yeah, they're closed right now, but they will open early in the morning where you could shop and you get to know where everything's at. And then the kid points to the left and right. He says, these immediate buildings to your left and right are the tribunal of Athena. That's where you get your head cut off. And then over here is, and then he points over to the right. He goes, that's the auction house. So if you've got something that you think might go for something more or is rare and you want to try to get the most out of it, you would get a spot on the auction and the auctioneer would auction off your items.
No, I'm sorry. Go back. Were you get your head chopped off? People, they do that to people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll cut off any
What?
body part that performed the sin. So if you steal, they'll cut your arm off. If you rape, you'll get your penis cut off.
But I thought the saying was an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Like, why would they?
Never heard of that. Where did
silly New Age nonsense?
Where did eye for an eye come from? It came from Athena. So if you Athena is the god of justice. So if you have any kind of if you run afoul of the law, chop.
Like that, but that feels like it's gonna lead to a lot more problems than it causes, because then you're gonna have a bunch of amputees running around, not able to perform their usual.
That's not their problem.
Yeah, it also provides like the intimidation, like.
I mean, I guess, but like we didn't have that in nature.
Dude, you were raised by wolves.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta agree here, but it seems like being raised by wolves is has a far off worse way of doing things than getting your limbs cut off.
Why? What do you mean? It was fine. Like we hunted for each other and helped each other out. And if we made a mistake, we simply accepted that we were at fault and tried to make up for that by performing other tasks. There was no dismemberment or execution.
Well, did you steal from another wolf?
Yes, what happens if you try to take the food out of their mouth?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's a terrible idea. Because
then they bite you. It's the same
they
thing.
bite you because it's not a punishment. Then you learn not to do it again. It's not the same. Getting bitten by a wolf is not the same as having your arm chopped off. Those are two very different things.
No, if you get bit in the arm by a wolf, your arm is probably coming off with it.
Yeah.
Or worse, that arm is probably just getting crunched up.
Okay, so you glance back and you see the boy is gone. He didn't want to get involved in this conversation, so he disappeared into the alleyways. Joe is with you, and he looks over and he goes, "Do you think we could find a merchant that wanted a sheep, or do you think we should try the auction house?"
Oh, we're gonna find a merchant. No, we're not gonna deal with an auction. Okay, so
No.
all right. What do you mean? They're not gonna auction something off at the right when they're. This is the best time to make a sale.
Tell me, how exactly, Joe, did you find this sheep? I seem to recall a story of a sheep that sprang fully grown from the pure white snow on a mountaintop, and that's why you've brought it here to sell in the auction house.
What are you talking about?
A one-of-a-kind sheep that could easily fetch your 110 silver tridents.
Zermentis, what are you talking about? I mean, that just looks like a normal...
No, he's onto something.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We have, I think, Orion, think about it. What Serenity is getting at is that we might have our end to be selling off a one-of-a-kind super rare sheep that no one's seen.
Okay, Joe, be level with me here. Where did you get the sheep?
From its mother.
answer.
Joe.
That's how that works.
Joe, did you steal the sheep?
No, never.
Okay.
Do I look like a? Do I look smart enough to get away with being a thief?
Yes. Actually.
That is.
Oh.
Joe,
Don't say that about yourself. That's self-deprivation.
Did you own the mother sheep?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. Then
She tasted well.
You.
Oh.
How is that you? It's a sheep.
Yeah, lamb's a delicacy.
That's.
Okay.
Look, I may live in nature, but that is the circle of I believe I've heard it once described as the square of life.
As I believe I said earlier, if you have to explain a joke, it's not funny.
Joe.
No, it wasn't a joke. It was me explaining a concept.
No,
Alright, how
my
about
joke.
this?
I made a joke. You did not appreciate it. I will not.
Bottom line, Ryan, what we could be doing is boosting the value of the sheep.
Okay. All right. How about
Lying
this?
to
All
people
right.
about
Okay.
the origin of the sheep.
Celix, you stay here. Okay. Just stay
Why am I
here.
getting left out of all this? I
Because-
feel like I should not.
Because I'm legitimately going to go in there and lie to someone's face about the value of this sheep, and I don't need you undercutting my lie.
Wait.
Why are you
Lying
yelling
is
that
a sin.
in public?
Is lying not a sin? So you do not have your tongue cut out for that?
Okay, as long as nobody finds out.
I
Celix.
found out. I know.
Okay, Celix. All right, we're not selling the sheep. Joe, I'm sorry. Never mind.
No, and here's the thing. It's not a lie.
You made a deal with this man. You must uphold it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Celix, you stay here.
You can't
should
lie
on it.
about it. No.
And
You
No,
need to give him 100
deal-
points
the
to
deal
sheep
wa-
right now.
The deal was he would get a cut if he sold the sheep. That's so. If he doesn't sell the sheep, well, his cut is 0, so he can just walk away if he wants.
All right, Celix.
Felix, we're not lying.
Yeah, you don't have to help me. I wasn't expecting. I appreciate you making the offer, but if you feel like this is going to get you in trouble with the gods, then step back. I'll do this on my own. That's what I expected. I expected to come here and sell my sheep and get some money and start a business.
Now,
Okay.
We're gonna
Joe?
honor the promise. It's just that Felix, it's not lying. Alright?
It is though. Inherently, it is. Because you're
No,
not
it's
telling
lying.
the truth about the origin of the sheep. It's lying. It is inherently lying. And
So,
lying.
We don't know what the sheep can
You
do.
should have your
So
tongue cut out.
it's not lying if we don't
Right.
know what else we can do.
And he points over at the building here, number 30, which is the Tribunal of Athena. He points over there and he says, "You don't want to lie in the presence of Athena."
That's
Okay.
right. Do you like your tongue being in your mouth?
Here, how about this? I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go make an honest sale here. You guys wait here, okay?
They're all
I'll
closed.
be back.
with you.
There are no
I'm
merchants.
coming with you to make
All
sure
the
you don't lie.
all the stalls are closed. The merchants
Damn
will be
it.
back in the morning.
Now, Joe, if I may, Orion here did agree, I believe, that you got 110 tridents and he kept whatever was left. So, for convenience sake, we could just buy the sheep from you for 110 silvers, tridents.
Yeah, I mean, if that sounds like a fair deal. If you, I would definitely go for that.
Okay,
That's fine.
whoa. Pause.
Fine.
Pause. Okay, I'm not going to buy a sheep. Because you want to know why? Because
not?
I have a feeling that Celix is going to be there. And I'm not going to be able to sell the sheep for more than what I'm paying for it.
Are you
Definitely-
planning to pull the wool over their eyes?
Yes! This is the whole point!
So you're admitting to lying in the presence of Athena. You should have your tongue.
Celix.
You're
Okay.
yelling that you're going to lie, and we're in
I'm-
public.
I'm not
You're right.
going to
Yeah.
lie.
I feel like you don't understand how lying works.
I'm
Coco,
not.
And in Orion's defense, here's the thing. Merchants and everyone else lie. Why can't we do it?
Because I'm
Because
not
we're not
going
rich.
to.
Sin. Because it's a sin. You shouldn't
Oh.
be doing it.
Alright. Celix, just to be completely transparent with you, right?
Yep.
I'm going to sell this sheep, and I'm going to
Okay.
make a lot of money, okay? So I
Are
will
you?
pull out 110 tridents. put it to Joe, or give it to Joe, and say, Joe, here's your 110 tridents. I will buy the sheep from you.
He takes it.
I'll take the sheep.
He hands
Or
you
the
the
leash.
reins. He hands you the leash, and he puts those 110 coins in his pouch of like 10 coins.
Oh.
So now he's got like 120. And yeah, I think you can sell it. You sound like you're have a silver tongue, and you'd be able to sell this for well more than 110 gold. I mean silver. And yeah, I appreciate it. Now I'm gonna go back to the inn, maybe get a room that I can afford now, and in the morning I'll look for some kind of new business, new entrepreneurial advances.
Okay.
I'm sure you could sell it for a great amount, Orion. I mean, I just sold it for 110 silvers.
I am going to.
And I'm not even silver-tongued.
And he walks away from you, heading north,
Okay.
counting
I
his
look at-
money.
I look at Celix and say, Celix, you are staying at the tavern tomorrow morning, and I will return, and I will give you 10 silver
Oh,
to
boy.
just stay at the tavern.
That was great.
I would like to point out to you, Mr. Orion,
Yes.
the last time I recall a sheep being sold in my presence, it went for about 20 tridents. Though I do not know the prices here.
I'm willing to bet I will get more from it for you.
Apparently you are. You just bet 110 tridents.
Exactly. All right.
Okay. Okay, so from here, as the sun is starting to go down, the shadows are starting to lengthen across the buildings. Where would you like to go from here? Back to the inn, or do you want to wander this town in the dark, or what do you want to do?
Let's go back.
Let's to Centaur's Kiss since it's getting late.
Yeah.
It is getting late. Most people are starting to go home. There are some people still wandering. They got their own personal businesses going, but the number of people on the street goes way down. So let's just say there was 100 people on the street. There's now maybe 10 people on the street. So
We should go back.
yeah, you can just tell that there's a lot less people on the street, and a higher percentage of those are the hoplites. So imagine 100 people on the street with 10 of those being hoplites. Now there's like 10 people on the street with 5 of them being hoplites. So yeah, like instead of a 10%, now it's like a 50% ratio. And they're walking around on patrol, like they're going up and down the alleyways. They're making sure that the people that are sleeping on the street are not sleeping on the street where the wealthy live. So if they basically say, hey, you can't sleep on the street here, and then they get up and they go to the less fortunate parts of town, back to the slums, and they sleep on the street there, or they go down to the docks, or they walk around the building and come back and go back to sleep right where they left when the hoplites leave, or something. But yeah, but the hoplites don't like fine them or lock them up. They just wake them up and say, hey, Bill, you're not supposed to be here. You're sleeping in the wrong spot. Don't make us lock you up for an hour. To sober you up before you go home.
It's the human equivalent of those anti-homeless benches.
Yeah, they're just not. They're not. The hoplites here don't seem to be. The general gist of the hoplites are. They're doing their job. That's it. They're not here to hurt anybody's feelings. They're not here to. They're not being evil or mean or anything like that. They are just doing their job. Like, you're not supposed to be here. I got to ask you to move. get moving, that kind of stuff. All right, so, but you will have noticed that about 80% of the city is human. So, but there are some unusual creatures walking around that you might recognize. Every now and then you'll see a centaur, like maybe 1% might be a centaur. You'll see a few satyrs walking around. They all appear to be on a mission. You don't see a satyr just standing still on the street. He's on the move, like he's going from point A to point B. He's got something to do. You see some dwarfs. There's actually a few dwarves wandering around the city. They all seem to be artisan types, like either glass blowers or metal workers or carpenters. They all seem to have tool belts and aprons, and that's the kind of dwarfs you see. And you see elves, a good percentage of elves, maybe 5 to 15% of the city is blue-eyed, blonde-haired elves. The humans in this area, weirdly enough, in Greece, you normally see a lot of dark hair, olive skin Greeks, but in Ithia, this city specifically, or this kingdom specifically, blonde hair, blue eyes is common. Okay, so of the humans, about 25% of them are blonde hair, blue eyes, and that is believed to be that they have elven ancestry. So because the elves moved here and then just gradually, some blood has been mixed, because a half elf with a human doesn't make another half elf, it's quarter elf and then an eighth elf. So there's a lot of some bloodlines that have elf somewhere in their history, and there's a lot of blonde hair, blue eyes. Okay, so you guys make it back to the inn. I made a map for the inn thinking we were going to spend a whole lot of time there, but there's really maybe not a lot of reason to do that.
You underestimate our ability to talk about the finite details.
Yeah, so let's do this. Because right now you should all have a black screen, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go drag some tokens from the landing page. Wait, music started for me. Did music start for you? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, it just started, kicked in.
Yes, given our welcome at the front gate, I feel that I am not lying when I say we should go to the inn.
Oh, my
I should
Lord.
not be out after dark.
Oh, wow. We're very big.
Also, did you genuinely not get the ewe joke earlier?
No, I didn't.
Not really.
That's
A baby
that's what a
sheep,
female that's what
yeah.
a female sheep is called. It's an ewe.
Okay, so you do have a sheep with you.
Gross. I was like,
I don't have a sheep token, but you have a sheep with you.
I have a sheep with me.
That's right.
Wake up, sheep.
That's right.
Alex, I swear to, as we come back to the tavern, right? Orion says, Celix, I swear, if you blow up any of my futures trade deal or sales, we're gonna have a serious problem. We are. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. We are going to have a serious problem.
Okay, so I'm not putting all the customers and all that stuff in the room. If we were to need to have some kind of battle activity, or if a fight ensued, then I'll worry about all that. But right now, it's peaceful. It can be played off in your mind. We don't need... But I do kind of just wanted to show you the inn and the rooms and everything when you get your rooms.
I'm sorry, what did you say? We were gonna have a problem? What do you mean we're gonna have a problem?
Like,
I think he is threatening you.
I'm not. Nope. Nope.
I'm
Nope.
sure
Nope.
he is.
Nope.
Oh, you are promising him.
I am just informing you that
Why would we have a problem? I'm just
as
making
a
sure you're an
person
honest man.
of my skills, okay,
Lying.
there are certain exaggerations that must be utilized for...
Exaggerations. Please tell me so I can
Alright, how about this?
hold you to them. I mean, not react to them.
Okay. For example, I'm going to try to sell this sheep as if it's the last sheep of its bloodline, and its bloodline sired this guy, as he points to Araxis. And I know he's a construct, right?
Okay,
See
so
that here?
are you having this conversation while you're in the inn, sitting at a table somewhere?
I'm assuming.
Okay, so I'm just... Which table would you guys like to sit at? I'm just so I can move some
We're
tokens
being
around.
seated at a restaurant.
That's right. So if you want, I'm just going to put you right here because that's where you guys are at. Okay, so the barmaid walks up to you. Bartender, actually, walks up to you and says, "Oh, I see that you brought a sheep with you. If you want, you can tie that up in the courtyard," which I showed you just a second ago. "If you want, you can tie it up in the courtyard, or if you feel comfortable taking it to your room, I'm not going to judge you. But if you want to sell it, I'd be willing to pay you 200 tridents for it right now."
Okay.
I heard you were selling it. I heard you were going to sell the sheep, and I just figured I could just give it to my chef and we could have lamb.
Alright, I feel like that's a good idea.
Okay.
Ryan, you do
Celix. Okay.
No,
Something
I'm
you
being
gotta-
genuinely serious. You pay, consider what you paid.
Celix. Okay. Considering what I paid, I look at the barkeep and say, considering what I paid.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I heard it was a rare and unusual sheep for some reason.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, talk to me. Tell me.
And considering what I paid for it, okay,
Yeah.
I need to make some money because I traveled all the way.
Oh, 200 silver is not enough?
No, I think for this sheep,
Ryan.
250 silver.
Okay, why would it be worth 250
This is
silver?
a rare sheep.
Why?
This sheep
Why is it rare?
traveled
It's
all-
rare because it's one sheep in my inn.
No, it traveled all the way from Ellis. Have you ever been there?
No.
Exactly. The sheep there.
That's like 2 days away. How am I going to get 2 days away from here? No.
See, the sheep there.
3 days
are-
3 days the way I walk.
All meat. There's no fat on this sheep. This sheep walked all the way here with me. I brought it here, and I'm looking for somebody to devour this thing. And you're probably selling each plate for what, 5 silver? So you're easily gonna make that money back. This sheep is all meat. Come on, 250 silver pieces.
But the fat's the flavor. I seem to recall you telling us about how sheep back in what did you call your home?
Far East.
The Far East, yes.
I seem to recall you telling us how they only fed on the freshest young greens, and it made the meat sweeter than your average sheep.
That's correct. Even more. I'm cutting you a deal, barkeep.
I'm just gonna let this happen.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm too tired to care.
Alright, I have advantage on sales, so 19.
Okay.
Specifically on set. You really are a multi-level marketer, aren't you?
Yes! So don't blow up my deals!
I was making a joke about that. That was a joke. I was not being serious. That was comedy.
I really can't go any higher than maybe 230.
You know what? For you, barkeep, how about you throw in the room for the night, and I'll go with the 2:30.
I feel like you're overplaying your hand.
No, dude, this is perfect.
You're an idiot. You're an actual
Okay.
idiot.
I accept.
See?
1 room.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
That's for
That worked.
the room for you.
Yes.
That worked.
Okay.
Awesome. I will hand over the reins to the sheep.
Right.
Reigns?
Whatever.
Big sheep.
So-
Okay.
So 2:30. There we
2:30,
go.
that's
And
right.
a free room, guys. Come on.
So you just got like 110, 20, 120.
120 profit plus whatever the room charge was.
Right. Right.
I hand over the line for the sheep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say, make the most delicious banquet. Please tell your chef only the best.
Okay. Well, we're not gonna do that today because he's already got the
Oh, yeah.
food. But tomorrow won't be a problem. We'll be serving that. Thank you. Yeah. This should work out nicely. And he walks it out the door over here, and comes back in through the door over here. And there are people in this tavern inn looking place. Maybe about 10 or 15 people. They look like all walks of life. So, like I was saying earlier, you see maybe a dwarf, maybe an elf, maybe like a soldier, hoplite types. But you see a lot of artisans, mostly artisans, people, craft workers and things like that. You do see a few sailors, and they're all enjoying their meal, drinking. It's not a rowdy group. It looks like if something was to happen, they'd become a rowdy group.
All right.
I feel like
Right.
we
And
just
so
have...
the bartender slash owner comes up to the table. So we got that out of the way. Are you guys here for any food?
I mean... what would you recommend?
Okay, that was my headset dying again. Go ahead.
What would you recommend?
Well, we have some chicken. We have some oxen. We also have like your standard fare dates and olives and nuts as like a salad kind of mixture. We have this oxen. It's cooked in a pie of like a bread pie, like a pot pie as you might call it. It's in a like a pastry with the beef on the inside, or I should say the oxen on the inside, and then it's
I will
covered with
take
more.
I will take some chicken, please. I will take some chicken.
Or okay, would you like a whole chicken for the table? Would you like multiple chickens?
What do you guys want? What are you guys thinking?
Okay.
I'll take a chicken.
Okay.
By yourself? A whole chicken.
Raxus just gestures at himself like, I'm pretty sure I'll eat a whole chicken.
I thought minotaurs were herbivores.
No, not really.
Ah,
There.
He's not a bull. He's a man.
I've
With a-
never
with
met
a
a
head.
minotaur
He is
before.
a man
Yeah.
bull.
He's a man bull. So
He
yeah,
is
he eats his
bull man.
vegetables and his meat. So he's
He
an
is the great,
he's an
powerful
omnivore.
Bull man. Put some respect on his name. He is bull man, defender
Bull
of the
man.
bulls.
Bull man. Okay, so you don't have to get specific on what you're ordering. You don't have to get specific. You're just going to have a meal for
Yes.
yourself. You're going to get some drinks, either alcoholic or non-alcoholic, because I know somebody here, alcohol is poisonous to them. So
2 of us.
1 silver and your meal is taken care of.
Jeez.
1 trident, I should say. Yeah. Now, if you have
Orion.
coins other than tridents, you can use those. I know you don't, but you could use those. They would just have to do a conversion. But yeah, tridents is what you have, and tridents is what they want. So you're good. 1 trident. Very
Alright,
low
so-
end, low
So for
Cost
exchanging,
for this meal. I'm gonna sneeze.
so in terms of exchange, how much is 1 silver? In terms of gold again, so I can mark it off my sheet.
Ooh, I don't know where that came from. Okay, if you'd like a room, that would be 5 silver a night per person. You can double up, but it's still 5 silver. It's just a room with 2 beds.
Oh. Well, I mean, no matter what, we're gonna have to get like 2 rooms. So I
Yeah,
doubt
because
Orion's
I'm
is-
not sharing Celix.
There
I
it
don't know
is.
what's up with my headset. Go ahead.
So,
And for now, that's tanks. I don't know if we're staying at.
so who wants to double up with who then?
I will have my own room since it's the same price.
It's the same price because you're paying for the bed, not the room.
It's still
Alright.
5 silver each if we double up, I think.
That is correct.
Yes, so I will have my own.
Same.
Okay.
Okay, then I guess I'll have my own. So that's
That's no problem. So if I run out of singles, and if there's only doubles left, and you get put in a double, that means somebody you don't know is going to join you.
I will double up with Silix if that is the case.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I like his banging.
Nature bros. Nature bros.
I like how he bangs.
Rex,
Don't
I guess
worry.
we could sure.
Zermenes, don't break the
Don't
Okay.
break what like what.
So Raxus, you wanted your own room?
Sure, I'll take my own room. I have no problem with it.
There you go. You're right there. You guys are right there. And Orion, you get a free room. So
Can we just recognize that Mason / Cervantes has cemented themselves as the funniest member of this group? Like,
yeah,
You're
that's
right
why.
there.
That's why I was the bard in the last campaign.
that's your
you're-
room.
the way you
That's
casually
your
were like, I mean, I
room.
just-
And that's your
the
room.
way, the
Okay.
way you were just so casual, like, I mean, I just 10 tridents. That made me lose it for some reason. It's the casual way you said it was clear to me.
So I'm just putting you just outside your room, just so you know where your room is located. So this,
Nature bros.
yeah. So that's your room, and there
Nature
shouldn't
gang.
be any doors on this map. They should all be open, so you could just walk in and out, and you can see where everybody else is at. But this there's like a hallway that goes like in a C shape. That's actually open air. There's no wall in the hallway that opens up into the courtyard. You could just walk out into the courtyard. It's an overhang to stop rain, but there's no wall there.
Okay, so in order so that I can mark it down on my sheet, what is one gold worth in silver?
10.
So I can mark it on the sheet. Is it 10?
Yeah. But you don't have any gold.
No, I
It
do.
should have already been converted.
Yeah, everything's in silver. Everything's a trident.
Okay, then I have 66 silver pieces then.
That's right.
That's not
Those
that
are
bad.
those are tridents, and there is a item sheet which I'll bring to the front.
So that means Orion is the richest member of our group.
Yeah.
With,
Not
if-
by much.
If you look, you got Pylos. Pylos is where the necromancer lives, right? And his coins are dull lead.
Oh man.
Yeah, and these lead coins are equivalent to a copper piece. So if you have a copper piece, you basically have a Silos mask. Spartan shields are bronze coins. They're called shields, and they're the same as a silver. Ithian tridents, same as a silver. And then Athena, they have coins called the lyres, and they're worth 5 silver. So what you would mark those as is Illyrium or Ethereum or whatever they call that on your character sheet. So if you ever get an Athenian lyre, just mark it on your E stat. Corinthian bolts, those are actually gold, and they're called bolts. Yeah, those are the coins of the area. There might be other like ancient or rare coins that you haven't found yet, but those are the ones. Okay, so you guys set off after dinner, after some drinks. You go to, you're getting ready to go to bed. I'm going to get you guys back in the tavern because there is a bard in the tavern who's performing for his room and board. So he is up there. He is not singing, but also not storytelling. Someone might call it rapping. He's putting a story to a rhythm, but it's not music. Okay, so but it's entertaining. But if you were yourself a bard, you might say it has no skill.
Oh jeez, this guy's
Okay.
a fucking knockoff.
No, he's extremely good. He's good at what he does, but there's no skill involved. Just like rapping.
Yeah, you guys can all.
That's me busting on rapping. Okay, so
Oh, that's fair.
so this guy actually has a story to tell, and I'm going to tell it. I'm not going to rap it, but because I'm worse than a bard.
I
But
feel like that's taking us out of the moment then.
okay, so what I need is a synthesizer so I can wrap it with synthesize it.
Jeez.
Oh no.
Okay, so this is the story. So pay attention or don't pay attention. It's up to you. On lost Skylia, under gray sky, where the land met the wine dark sea, so stepped the goddess Thessa out onto the break of waves. The waters churned before her, and from the rolling depths rose the great Titan. Black coils unfurled from the seething waters, a dark mass of undulating flesh, black upon frothing waves. And at its heart did open a terrible maw, as if to drink the sea and swallow the land and grey sky. So shone the points of Thessia's trident, dull under the leaden sky, and her eyes were as the sea, a great calm beneath the fury, for she saw her mark upon the beast, soft, the allowance of fate, and under the wheeling sky she struck. And thrice her trident sang, as the beast's blood plummeted like black oil into the brine. Blind from pain, the Titan thrashed, and in that churning tumult did set its limbs, and great waves against shining Skylia. Spires crumbled, and 1,000 voices cried as waves took the land. The Titan fled then, as ruined pillars slowly sank, plunging down to the cold quiet of the abyssal depths, alone to bleed into the void. The tide ebbed and calmed, and sea foam lapped her thighs, the taste of salt upon her lips, and though Skylia was lost beneath the waves, so the sea was hers, claimed by right and all its bounty. This is her gift to Arkadia: calm sea, gentle shores, fish in full nets, and the fair winds that bring ships home. Yet still her great foe lives, deep beneath the waves, bleeding blood black as ink into the eternal night of the silent depths. As a great shadow, it writhes in the dark, causing violent storms that shatter ships and set the waves against the shore. Thus is the charge of Thessa, she who watches the sea and waits for the day when the beast shall rise again.
Cool story.
And that should be in your journal. Under the Bard's story.
I would say that as Orion was listening to this guy
Yeah.
and realizing that he probably needed something to kind of like help with his timing,
Okay.
and Orion being like a drummer.
Yeah. You can beat a drum to his vocals. Absolutely.
Yeah, Orion will help him because
As-
a bard's got to help a bard.
That's right. As you do that, he's saying his story. He looks over at you and gives you a nod as he continues his story. You would assume that he's not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of that story. That he sings some other songs that really are meaningless, or you've heard them 100 times. There's nothing special about them. They're like, oh yeah, they used to sing that back in my hometown like all the time. So those are stories that you know. He's talking about the gods. He talks about the weather. He talks about the nobles, how they fornicate. And basically all this stuff, just to be entertaining, and
just like real.
And sometimes somebody will throw him a trident. He'll get a trident. He'll get 2 or 3 tridents, and then he will use those tridents that people throw at him to buy drinks for himself, or a meal, or get a room. And then the night kind of wanes down. The soldiers leave. The people that aren't staying at the inn, they just came here to eat, they leave. And then there's others that go into their rooms to bed down for the night. And that would be the same as you guys. You go in, you find your room, you bed down for the night. Unless there's something that you need to happen before morning, we're going to advance till the next situation.
What a cruel city to hurl tridents at a performer like that.
I mean, look, I don't know much about how cities operate, but the few times I went into like a town or a city, I had no money. So I had to try to beg for money, and this is typically what people do. People go on the street and they'll start doing something they think is entertaining, and people will throw coins at them.
Yes, but to throw tridents is painful.
Dangerous.
Okay, the tridents are a kind of coin. It's not actual tridents, okay?
I'm aware. But coins are hard and they hurt when they hit you.
I'm aware, yes. I can speak from experience. It does hurt. That's why you have a hat.
Speaking of throwing tridents, and I look at Orion, I do believe I helped you make that sale.
No, you're not getting any part of this. No. You were the
Word
one
that better next time, please.
that blew it up in the first place. I could have sold
Actually,
that
no,
thing
that
at
was
the
kind of
marketplace.
me.
It was my idea to sell it at the auction house,
You
and
wanna
you were
what?
going to steal my idea.
You wanna what?
You didn't lie about it, too.
It was Tweedledee and Tweedledum, as he points to both of you guys who blew up the
I
deal
don't
in
know
the
who
first place.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum is.
I didn't want to invest in the sale first. I just wanted to be like an innocent bystander who makes a sale and then gets some money for it. There could have been a chance where I was at a loss, and now I'm staying here for free. So, you want to watch?
Yes, and you gained because of my actions. So
Not
you will
just
you will not
me
fleece
too.
me in this deal.
How about this?
Stop.
How about this?
I hate you.
Never.
How about this?
Stop.
All of
Yes.
us, right?
I
We've all came here for whatever reasons that you guys came here, right? But we all seem to be kind of like the the type to want to gain renown, right?
Oh yes,
Yes.
I want that extremely much.
Okay. In order to do that, right, we need armor, we need weapons, that kind of stuff, right?
And we
How
need
about
and we need money to upkeep that.
Exactly. How about this?
We need sticks.
Tomorrow, you guys give me a list of the items that you guys would like from the agave. Agora. Thank you.
It's not a plant.
It is an agora.
That's
Yeah.
great.
And I will go and get those items, and then you guys will pay me back for the money I spend on your items.
Is
Is
it?
that way that works?
Okay. Does anybody have skill in wearing armor? It's proficiency, light, medium, or heavy armor.
I do.
I have light and medium.
Okay. Everyone knows if you have this proficiency, you know that won't work. Because you'll have to be there to try it on. It's not a one-size-fits-all scenario.
See, I feel like you're trying to scam us out of money because we need to be there to fit the armor.
You got to be there to fit the armor. And weapons maybe not so much because those are pretty much one-size-fits-all. But armor is not that case. You would, if you were wanting to buy like a leather breastplate, let's just say, even though you both might be the same build, one might be just a little bit bigger or a little bit taller or a little bit, fatter or something. So everybody's got to be there or it won't fit properly.
Gotcha. Okay, then how about this?
Yeah, those straps chafe more than you would think.
Yeah, right.
We're all there, but
Okay.
I'll make the purchases because, as you guys can tell, I'm really good at selling things.
Oh, most definitely.
Yes, with my assistance.
Just let me work my magic.
And my insistence on you being honest.
Okay, I'll most certainly try.
Ryan, I was thinking that maybe I could try and go around the smithing area and try and see maybe if I can work around there somewhere and try and around there enough to hey, maybe get us future discounts and stuff on armor and weapons down the line and equipment.
There we go. There's so many options here, right? We're in a city where, you guys saw that marketplace. It was massive, right? So
correct.
It was the largest agora I've seen ever since we came to this town.
There you go. That's all that matters, right?
Wait a minute.
And as such, while we're here, let's play our strengths.
It's so funny.
So while we play our strengths here, because as I've already seen, he's a good salesman. You're quite hilarious, Zemedes, and you're a nature man.
Yes, I'm quite funny as long
Why
as you
is
count
that
look.
the only strength I apparently have? I'm good with nature. It's nothing to indicate I actually am. I just talk about nature a lot.
You said that was your skill.
Yeah, so until I see otherwise, you're our nature man.
All right, so before we take the break for the evening, and you're all going to travel to the Agora together, and I believe you guys are going to let Orion do the talking, maybe with your assistance, but he's going to be the main face of your group, so that you guys can get the best deal. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, 5-minute break, something like that, just long enough for me to go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back, and then it'll be the next situation. So I'll be right back.
I can't stick around all too much longer because I have work.
And we play till 11, right?
I did not know that. It said 10.
7 to 11. Central. I don't know if you are.
I am central.
And it says 7 to 11. 4 hours.
Good. That's not good.
Brother, dude, something you gotta learn is that a man can run on 3 hours of sleep.
Trust me, I have ran on 5 hours of sleep during the Thanksgiving rush. It's not a great idea, but it worked.
I work in physical labor, so.
Dude, I understand. I have been a dishwasher and busser for 5 years, and oh my god.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's end. I mean, you can leave when you need to leave, and then I'll get with you offline for upcoming weeks. But let me take a break, and I'll be right back. I'll try to cut it short. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and no worries.
All right.
It is what it is.
As a great man once said, it's all good, man. And also for Ryan,
Hardly like a mistake or anything. I misread a time.
Yeah, don't sweat it. I want you to be in my game. You know, I think we're gonna have a lot of good fun on it. So I just want to make sure it works for everybody. Okay, everybody out there on the YouTube land, thank you for watching. I do want to make an announcement. We've kind of come up with an agreement amongst ourselves that we're gonna start the stream at 6:15. Am I saying this right? Yeah, we're gonna start at 6:15 next week and move and go on till 10:15. It's still going to be a 4-hour stream. It's just going to start a little bit earlier to allow Chad to be able to get out of the game and get some sleep and rest for his work, because it's physically taxing on him. Okay, so sorry. All right, so you guys wake up, you get up, and you smell the fresh bacon being cooked in the kitchen. They've got milk and honey and some pastries, some baklava. They've got a bunch of some almonds and stuff like that to eat for breakfast. You guys, all that's taken care of. It doesn't cost you any additional tridents. You get that taken care of, and you eat and you gather your gear and your stuff. Because you're going to go on a shopping trip down to the Agora. So I'm going to move you back to the city map, just so you can see in generally where... Okay, there should be a party token. I'm going to drag and drop a party token onto the screen, just so you can know where you are. And now you should be able to see it right about there. Whoop, it moved. Okay. It is right there. There we go. So it's right there. Okay, so your party token, and you come out and you start heading out towards the Agora. You can see that the sun is coming up. The city is starting to come alive. There's some of the people are coming out of their houses. They're going to work. It's basically coming back to life, right? And when you get to the Agora, you can see that the shops are showing up. They're opening their stalls, which are like these wooden booths that you can close the front and lock, and then maybe there's a back that they can open up, so they'll stand behind a table with their gear and stuff like that on it, and you walk up and so you walk up and you would shop like there would be, like a vendor, a busker, or a dealer, maybe something at a carnival or something like that. That's kind of what it is. There's people selling food. There's people selling... but it's mostly not that. It's mostly... it's also mostly not... mostly, not all, but mostly not manufactured items. It's things you buy to make things. So you'll see bolts of fabric, not shirts and jackets or pants. You'll see the fabric. You'll see gems, not jewelry. You'll see sides of beef, not like a plate of food. So you see things that other merchants would come to and buy their stuff and take back to their shops and work with. Mostly artistic things. But you also see a merchant selling various weapons, pre-made, right? So it's not just like a bronze ingot. Hey, take this back and get it made into a sword. No, it's actually a sword. Or you might see a guy sitting over there next to his stall. He's got a table with leather. He's got a knife and he's cutting leather and he's stitching, and he's taking oxhide and he's putting layers of of burlap in between two layers of leather. He's stitching it together, making like a Kevlar suit, and old school. But yeah, that's called a linothorax. But there's people creating that. There's people taking leather, and you see them soaking it in beeswax. So like they're trying to so hot molten beeswax so that it soaks into the leather and hardens it up so it's as strong as steel. All that's going on, and you can smell it, right? You can smell the honey. You can smell the wax. You can smell the beef on the side of the hanging off of some of these stalls. Some guy's sitting there selling grapes. Another guy's got beets and not beets. What am I trying to say? Figs. And then there's just a lot of different things. And some of these stalls look permanent. Like I said, they're made out of wood, and they've got doors on them that they open and close. Okay. In steps the players. What do you want to do?
Okay, so
Yep.
I will.
Orion?
Yes.
I would like to apologize. I had time to think about it last night. I did not mean to force you into the purchase of the sheep. I thought we were showing off our mercantile skills.
Well, I appreciate that. I actually do. Takes a big man to apologize. But
I am a very big man.
And as such, let me continue this goodwill here. What kind of armor do we need here? So okay.
I only rely on my skin.
Wait, really? You don't need any armor?
Things in the wild do not have armor. They make use of tools. Even an eagle must find a rock to crack a turtle. But nothing wears armor, and so I do not.
Okay. What about you, big guy? He looks over at Raxus.
What's up, crabs? I'm not a crab. I'm a big man.
I do need armor. I do need armor and weaponry because I'm not as gifted as going without it as Zermedes here.
Few are.
So what are you much more of like a heavy armor?
I'm good with heavier armor.
Okay.
Heavy armor and a shield.
All right, heavy armor and a shield. Okay, and then you sell this.
Get me like some leather armor and a short sword.
Leather armor.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
And
Okay, I should have made it possible for you to see the armor and shield page.
Yeah.
So you can take a look at that to get an idea of what your costs are going to be.
Yeah. So
let's zoom that in. Okay, so like a shield is 100 tridents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you want to get plate, there's nobody in town selling dwarven plate. The dwarves do make plate, but nobody in town. It's not available. Now the heroic Penelope is that is really what you would that's what you would envision a well-armed warrior to be wearing. It's like a breastplate, greaves, a helmet, a skirt, arms. Now, if you buy plate, that is going to be above and beyond. And it's also way out of your reach in cost. But you don't anticipate seeing anyone in this world wearing plate. If you do, they're probably gods.
Right. So my
Okay, I don't hear that, and that might be me. Hang on.
No, we got you. My
I
question
don't know
to
what's
you,
going. I heard my.
DM.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes his sound doesn't go through.
Yeah.
Oh.
Start over.
So my question to you, DM, right, are these prices something that like I would understand? Like, is this like common knowledge? These like price points, or is this something that like
Yeah,
meta,
yeah.
I
No.
understand that this is the price, therefore I need to make sure I'm like near it type thing.
You recognize, yeah, you know the price of things,
Okay.
or you have a good idea of what weapons and armor would cost.
Gotcha.
You might not know any specifics, exacts or stuff like that, based on different weaponsmiths or armorers or whatever. But this is like a general understood price of these items.
Okay. I'll look over at Raxus and say, Raxus, I understand that you like heavier armor, right? But that's super expensive, and I don't think
No,
I could talk somebody down from what
Hey,
they should.
that's totally fine. Hey, you know what? That's fine. We can work our way up to that.
Okay.
A cuirass would be good.
I'm working my way up to getting the good stuff. Now, never came. Nothing never. No, that was great. Ever came cheap.
All right. So how about this? Minus.
You guys haven't done anything yet, so you shouldn't have heavy armor.
Yeah, minus Zermentes. Let's all get fitted for some leather armor, right?
Yeah,
we all go get fitted for some leather armor.
Yeah, the cuirasses would be like 2,000 silver, so that might be a little much.
So what I'm thinking is we all get heavy armor, right?
Heavy leather.
Heavy leather. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Leather.
Yeah, for sure.
Jeez.
Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather.
I have to go. It's
Okay.
past that time.
All right.
I am so sorry.
Did you want to buy something specific?
No.
Just
the stuff I said.
heavy
Okay, I lost
heavy
you already.
leather
I
and
don't
a
know.
short
Is
sword.
my headset? I'm gonna unplug it.
Right?
Just
That's
stuff I
Because
said.
you could just go ahead and start with him and stop stalling.
Yeah. So let's get Celis fitted for heavy leather and get him a short sword, right? Because that's what he's.
Is that what you want?
That's what I wanted.
Okay, so
Okay.
we'll get you taken care of. I'll add it to your character sheet.
I'm so sorry about this, and I should have read it properly. It was my fault.
Mhm.
I apologize.
Okay. I accept your apology. Now
I
get
will
out.
play with you guys. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Night, buddy. Alright, so we'll get him that. So
Okay, so I'm going to break out his character sheet so that I can take his money from him. We're
most
going to
certainly not going to pay full price. So
Yes, you are.
Oh,
You're going to pay full or more, not less.
it's full or more, not less. What?
Yeah.
What?
This is the minimum you'll ever pay for this armor.
Yeah, that's the cost. That's not the retail.
That's not what they're charging you. They're charging you way more than that. You might, if you're like really good, you can talk them down to this cost.
Oh.
If I may add something to the shopping list, when we finally get Raxus his turtle suit, I will require a rock.
He only has 60 silver.
Oh wait, so Celis only has 60 silver, so that's 500, and then I don't even know how much a short sword is. So he can't even
It's a
afford
lot.
rather-
Let's just say
yeah.
weapons are a lot.
Okay,
So if he wants light armor, he could do that's 100. He can't even do that. Not unless you guys pitch in.
okay, all right. Raxus,
Now,
can you afford
he
these
does-
things too?
He does already have a quarterstaff.
Okay.
He's walking around with a very good weapon, a quarterstaff. Plus, he has magic.
True. Alright, so Raxus, you can afford your stuff, right?
Yeah, I got 119 silver off the tridents on me.
119. That's still Yeah, brother, that's not enough. You need 500.
Okay, let's start with weapons.
Yeah, let's start with weapons instead.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, I am. Raxus, what weapon would you need? A sword or a great. Great swords aren't even around. Yeah, so you would a sarissa.
Yep.
That's a very large spear.
Right. It's like a 20-foot spear.
That's amazing.
I would like one. No.
Would
It's-
you like one or no?
Sarissas are what the Macedonians used in their phalanxes.
Oh.
It's ancient Greek pike.
It's a pike, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a long
got it.
spear.
I'm just kidding.
We don't need that. We don't need that.
But a war spear is what most hoplites use.
Gotcha. Okay, so Raxus, you need a mace.
Yep.
Okay,
I'll take a mace.
So that's 1,000 because it's. Oh no, it's 100 gold or 100 silver pieces.
Correct.
How about a club?
Do you mean a giant club?
Well, there is
No, I mean-
there's a great club.
I mean, we just get him a big club.
Yeah, there's a giant club, which is still 100 silver pieces.
Maybe a great club.
A great club.
What about spear?
Or a regular spear.
Do you know how to use one?
Yeah, I know how to use it pretty well.
Jesus, a Kopesh is so expensive too.
Well,
The Minotaur can use everything on the screen.
Don't you have a staff already though?
Who?
The Minotaur? Oh no, that was okay. Never mind.
The druid has the staff.
Yes.
Brother, I need you to do damage because I'm not going to do damage. So how about this?
What if we get him a stick and break off one of his horns and tie it to the stick? Is that not a spear?
Well, there is a war spear, and it is only 50 silver.
Yeah.
What?
Let's do it.
Oh,
We can do a war spear.
D10. I love that.
Yeah, he can use it two-handed if he wants.
Raxus, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with
All right.
a war spear. That sounds perfect.
How about this? I'll pay for. It's 50, so I'll pay for 20 of it if you pay for 30 of it.
That sounds perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay, mark off the silver.
Yep. Alright, so I marked off 20, you mark off 30. Okay, so
I'm going to drag it to
Jeez.
your sheet.
this man wanted a bronze short sword. That's so expensive too. We can't pay for that.
Right.
He's got 60, so, and he's
Yeah.
got a staff already, right?
He has a staff already, so all he needs is maybe the lightest of the light armor.
Can druids use metal weapons?
Nope.
Oh, so he can't even use a short sword.
He might be able to use a metal weapon, but he can't use metal armor.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I was opening the wrong character sheet for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go for a spear.
Yep. I'm going to buy myself a dagger. Just in case.
The
What did you
spear,
buy?
the spear of Helios. No, let's not give him that one. That would be a good spear, but I might have to make some changes to it because I just drug over the simple spear. And a war spear is D8, 4 pounds. Okay. So it does weigh more than a regular spear. A regular spear weighs 3 pounds.
I require.
So far, so good.
Oh, that's expensive. Oh no. Why is
What do
that
you-
so expensive?
What do you require?
I was hoping for a bow like my goddess.
Yeah, bows are expensive.
I am but 14 coins short.
Are you good with bows?
Is
I
it
know how to use
versatile D10? It is a D10. Okay.
But that still wouldn't cover the cost of arrows.
How much are
I can
arrows?
pitch in.
Expensive.
Where are arrows? I don't see it on this list.
I can, for the time being, make do with a spear and a trio of javelins.
Okay.
I know how to use those.
Okay. So, can you afford that by yourself or no?
I
How about
have more than 200 tridents.
Okay. Well, I have much more than that.
I don't know about much more.
So how about this? I will... Which bow were you looking at? The recurve?
The short bow.
Oh, okay.
And Zermedes, maybe perhaps while we're here, we could all learn how to make arrows. That way, we won't have to spend as much tridents to buy them.
Well,
Okay, just to let you guys know, I've only done the spear.
Okay, awesome. So do you want a bow, or are you fine with just a spear?
I will deal with the spear and javelins for now.
Okay, do you have a spear?
I have a staff.
Okay, so you have a
They
staff.
did not. They confiscated my bow and my spear when I went to prison.
You want your... Well, I want to unpack
It was
that.
it was
for sure.
probably because he's a foreigner and he's enemy of the crown.
Alright, so do you have enough tridents to buy yourself a spear and the number of javelins you need? Or no?
I have enough tridents to buy nearly anything I could desire. Nearly anything.
Okay.
Luckily, I do not desire much.
Alright, DM, I am buying myself a dagger.
Wait, what are you doing?
A bronze dagger.
I'm typing on your
Yeah.
character sheet. Stop it. Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to add the dueling fighting style to
Yeah,
my
no,
character sheet.
that was good. That was good. It was just it messed me up. There we go. You got your war spear on there, and the damage has been modified, and everything's good. Okay, so who's buying what? I'm doing
buying
one thing. I can only do one thing at a time, so we have to go slower than what you guys. You guys can discuss all you want, but I'm just saying I can only apply one thing at a time.
Gotcha.
So I got the war spear. That's the only thing I've gotten. What's next?
You can
I
go
would-
first. Yeah.
Okay. I would like a regular spear and 3 javelins. I subtracted the 25 tridents.
Would you rather have a war spear?
I do not know how to use martial weapons.
Okay, then never mind.
Okay, so you got a regular spear
Yes,
and 4 javelins.
3 javelins.
They're 5 silver each. Oh,
Yes.
three. Okay, so you're at 25?
silvers.
Yeah, 25 silver looks right. Okay, yeah, we can make that happen. Give me a second. Javelin of Fate. No, that's not the right one.
I would enjoy that, yes.
No, not for now.
Alright, Raxus, can you afford hide armor? Do you have 100 tridents?
I got 89 left.
Okay. Do you want armor?
Well,
Well,
how
her-
dexterous are you?
Not very.
Then yes, perhaps the hide.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, if you pay 80, I'll pay 20. That way you're
alright.
not completely broke.
That sounds fair.
If you would like, as it seems we're going to be doing things together, I can give you my life savings, and you could buy a bronze cuirass, with the understanding that I will, of course, be paid back.
Of course. Look,
Oh,
And
no,
I
that's
don't-
gold. Never mind. I was thinking silver. I can't do that. I lied.
Yeah, that's 2,000. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're
We have
that
to-
rich?
I have 200 coins. No,
I was dang.
I apologize. That was unintentionally misleading.
Okay, so I got your spear and 3 javelins.
Yay. I could, however, buy you a shield. Would you like a shield?
First,
That would help immensely.
I am buying a bronze dagger for myself.
Okay.
And you have my word that I will pay you back with whatever we do going forward.
Excellent.
So that's 20 for me.
Orion is getting a bronze dagger.
I have taken the 20 tridents or silver pieces off my character sheet.
As I am not one to do things and not repay them.
So, just so that way I'm on the same page here, Raxus is getting a shield and hide armor, right? So we need to come up with 200 silver pieces.
I'm paying for the shield myself.
Okay, so then Raxus, I'll go halvesies for you to
Alright.
get hide armor, so that way you're our tank, right?
Sounds great.
Okay, so
Then I will pay you both back.
I'll pay 50.
Sounds great. And you both have my word that I will pay you both back as soon as I can.
Brother, as long as you take all the hits, I'm okay with it.
You would like him to pay with his body?
Yes. Do you see how frail I am?
Okay, it is
Do you
one
see
point.
this guy? Oh, like, I legitimately have to like point up into the sky to even get close to his head. I'm short.
Okay, I got a
I know I'm
bronze.
short.
I have a bronze dagger. What's next?
Raxus is getting a shield and hide armor. 60.
Okay, so we got the money for that, I assume.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just took out the 100 for the shield.
I'm taking out the 50, and then Raxus needs to take out the 50.
Okay.
Which I have just done.
Okay.
How much money do you have, Orion?
I started off with 688.
How?
Cause I came from a very noble background.
Yeah, he has family.
Yeah.
I have family.
I had family. That and my background, being a bard, assisted a little bit here too.
Okay, for some, Roll20 is going a little slow. It's not adding a shield.
Alright, so Raxus, I'm willing to bet your AC is what is that, 14 plus 16-ish?
Oh,
maybe?
no wonder. I see. I was adding shield proficiency. My bad. You already had that. There we go. Shield added. Let's see. Shield is not a weapon. Okay, I'm looking on the wrong list.
Alright, should we... Okay, so... Silas only had 66 silver pieces, right?
Yeah, just 66 or something like that.
Okay.
Let me see. Shield. 8 pounds. Okay. That's not bad.
Is he super dexterous, Silas? Or do you guys not... Or is he not? I can't tell. Like, you know what I mean?
I do not know.
Could you tell if someone was dexterous?
Juggle these rocks.
He-
Did he make it even one round?
Pick a lock. No, I don't know.
Okay.
Make him dance. You know, you don't know. You
I'm
can't
gonna
really
throw
tell.
rocks at him and see how many I hit.
But I'm going to tell you that he is more dexterous than he is strength.
okay, so then...
He has a really good dexterity, and he can't even lift up his own shoes.
Excellent.
He is a weakling. You look at him and he's like frail.
I shall pay out of pocket for him to get...
No, I'm sorry. That's Orion.
Yeah, no, I'm fucking weak, dude. I'm super dexterous.
Oh, Orion, you weren't here for character creation.
No, not for your guys' character creation.
All of my stats are amazing. I'm a god.
Yeah,
No.
so my stats are really good except for strength.
He looks like the normal standard human.
Okay, so he should get hide armor probably.
And he has 60 even, 60 silver.
60? Like
60.
Okay, do we just... If he spends 50, I could spend 50 and get him hide armor, so that way then he's
High or
got
low?
something.
Okay, so you're going to get him light or hide?
Hide. What I'm thinking is hide, because I can't... I don't know if he's dexterous, right? So I'm going to just go off the assumption that
I'm going to look at
he's
his...
not going to break...
Look, he does have medium armor proficiency.
Okay. So
he also has shields.
I will also buy him a shield.
So he's using 50 to buy half of the hide armor. I'm spending 50 to buy him the other half.
It's going to be hard for him to use a quarterstaff with a shield, but he can try.
Oh, correct. Never mind. I will not buy him a shield.
Let's just do that. Get him hide armor, DM.
Okay.
Please take off 50 silver pieces from his thing, and I'll take off the other 50.
Because it's 100. Okay.
Yep.
Leaving him with 10.
Yeah, at least he's not broke. And that's the breaking point here. Because Raxus, you're also not broke, right? Okay, so I want you guys to be able to pay for you guys to stay at places.
Sure.
I'm not going to bankroll everybody. I refuse.
Okay.
And he's already got a stick, so we don't need to buy him a weapon.
Now, hide armor in this world is only 10 pounds, where in Forgotten Realms it is 12 pounds. So he's going to save some weight.
Praxis, do you know how to use javelins?
Yes.
Yeah, he knows all weapons.
Would you benefit from the purchase of javelins?
Considering I do not have anything to use at range except for my spear.
So you're only getting him a hide armor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I assume it couldn't hurt.
He's set. What else?
I will also purchase Raxus 2 javelins. I return to the javelin merchant, who I'm sure knows me quite well by now.
That's fine. But before that, did you guys get anything that I didn't mark on your character sheets?
No.
Yeah, right now, no. I'm debating if I should buy myself light armor.
Okay.
Or
So you're thinking about that. Got it. Okay, so Raxus is going to get a couple of javelins.
Yes.
And you're able to pay the 100 gold, or 10 silver actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, javelins are good to go. Yeah.
Did you also mark down for the hide armor that they got, Roxas?
I did not. Did they buy you hide armor?
Yeah, I spent 50, Raxus spent 50.
Okay.
And Raxus, while the shield is alone, consider these javelins a gift to future friendship.
Of course. And I will be sure to make great use of them in whatever we are doing going forward.
Excellent. Spearhead our assaults.
So he's got a war spear, a shield, hide armor, and 2 javelins?
Yup. This man is like fully kitted now.
Okay.
Oh man, should I? Gosh.
Okay, he should be set with javelins.
Is this cow leather?
Most likely it's ox, or it is possible that it's now, are we talking about hide or are we talking about the leather?
The hide, I suppose.
Yeah, hide is going to be the ox for sure.
Oh my.
Yeah. Heavy leather is going to be like the leather I was describing. It's 2 2 layers of leather with canvas in the middle.
I Raxus as he's getting fitted for this. That seems unfortunate.
Why? A cow wearing a cow?
Yes.
Uh,
I hope he doesn't have a cow.
Yeah, he's okay. He's not an actual bull or anything. You know?
He looks like one.
Yeah, he looks like one, but that doesn't mean he is one.
Does it not?
Well, it's not my It is not my problem. Besides, it must have been my kind's lesser cousins who got turned into armor.
But what if you are the lesser cousin of the cow?
oh no.
The cow can pull a plow.
You can tell him about your origin if you want, but yeah, he's assuming you're an actual Minotaur.
I'm not gonna tell him.
Okay.
Yeah, is he not?
No.
He's got
No,
weird lines, but otherwise, he's a cow.
Right. Cow head.
Cow head.
Right, because he's got hands.
Those would come in handy.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna.
Okay, so we're in the last death throes of your shopping.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy myself some light leather armor.
Light leather.
Yeah, I don't want to go fully broke.
Yeah, you want to have some. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I'll spend the 100 silver pieces.
Why do I have one torch? Who buys one torch?
Because you have one torch.
I have dark vision. Why do I have torches?
You have dark vision?
Leonins have dark vision.
Why do they have dark vision?
A
What
cat.
You're a cat. person?
Cats shouldn't have dark vision.
I didn't even know that. What the?
I'm a large, pale white lion.
He's a lion with hands. But he still has claws.
Yes, claws.
And his legs bend backwards.
Apparently, I can't use these claws very well.
Well, you're more of a fisticuffs kind of guy. You could flavor text it and say you're scratching him. That's fine.
Shouldn't I be able to use my dexterity for that as a monk? Or
For
is
what?
that considered different from unarmed?
It is not unarmed. It is a claw.
Okay.
Yeah, technically it's classified differently, I think.
I think it might even be slashing.
So I can punch very well,
Yep.
but not claw.
Yep.
Excellent.
No, you can claw. It's just, and you can
It's
claw,
only a
but
+2,
you can
so
claw
it's-
better than anybody else in the party.
I don't know.
I do,
I've
because
heard stories
your
of
claws
Mark.
do a D4 slashing damage, where they do 1 point. Your bard buddy, who's got a -1 strength, does 0 damage when he punches somebody.
Yeah, I've been there.
He has to crit to do 1.
Yeah. Alright, so with the shopping out of the way, Orion will ask, I guess, one of the merchants here, right, that we're buying some stuff from.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of merchants.
Yeah, he'll ask, when's the next, like, festival where, as he points to, like, Raxus and, Zermedes,
Yeah,
he'll point to them and say, hey, when's the next festival where these guys could kind of get in and part of the action?
yeah. Next month, because it's right, you just missed the Harvest Festival. And I mean, not the harvest, but the beginning of the harvest, like the planting festival. So the next festival is like the midsummer
Like
solstice, midsummer solstice, which is only in about a month or so. But while he's telling you this, a herald of some kind comes walking in. You know, he's you know he's a herald because he's holding a scroll, he's holding it out, he's reading it, he's saying it very loud for everyone to hear. You don't really get the announcement at first, so you stop doing what you're doing as the party and you turn your attention over to him. There is a crowd kind of gathering, not like superstar crowd, but maybe 4 or 5 people are, hey, what'd you say? What kind of announcement is this? Is that something that I need to be paying attention to? I don't know. And that's kind of what you're doing. You're kind of like, what is he saying? And this is what you hear. Maybe I'll have a flyer. Okay. There. You hear a plea from a messenger, all within earshot. Listen to the plea from Leandros of Ilios. Go ahead and give me a history roll.
Everyone? Or
Anyone. Anyone or everyone. I'm going to allow everyone to roll.
And what was this guy's name again? I'm sorry?
Leandros.
You're rolling a history roll. That's what you're rolling. Even though Mike's like falling asleep over there. No, it's fine.
Andros. Okay. I'm just trying to write.
Rachel's just like, who's this? Rachel's just like, what is this man talking about?
Oh.
I'm looking for... okay, I didn't scroll down far enough. Okay, so we got an 8 history. Okay, so Raxus, you're like, Leandros of nobody I care about. Okay, and then Orion's like, he's not from the Far East. I have no idea who he is. But Xermates, you recognize the name. Not because he's famous, but because he's local. Okay, and so you might have heard of him when you were in prison or whatever. But he's a minor king, Leandros of Ilios. Ilios, or Ilos. Ilos is a... not Ilios, it's Ilos. Ilos is... let's go to the regional map. Regional map. Do you see your city of Ithia? And you look a little bit south, you see a place called Ilos.
Got it.
Okay, so there you are. So far, so good. He says, Hear me, the plea from King Leandros of Ilos. He is seeking the aid of his city. Who is seeking aid from this city, which is unable to spare not a single ship nor spear, as it is mustering its own defense. You can see that he's bearing a scroll, and it's marked with a seal depicting a shield with 3 leaping dolphins. Okay, hang on. Tokens, handouts. Handouts? Tokens, handouts. Nope, not in a handout. Why did I just do what I just did? Bear with me. Back 1 page. I'm dragging it to the map. There. Okay, so you should see a shield with 3 leaping dolphins.
I do not.
It's
You do
on
not?
the
It's on
map.
It's on the map.
Oh, yes, I do. I was
Okay.
too far to the side.
Okay, so like I'm covering Ilos. There you go. So that is what the symbol looks like on the back of this scroll. And he continues, and he says, "The king requests aid. His heir and daughter, the Princess Alexandra, a powerful oracle, has gone missing. His sailors are beset by strange creatures from the deep, and can neither fish nor trade. Thus, he has sent for warriors, philosophers, and any or all who can carry the gifts of the gods, for the safe return of his daughter. He has promised 100,000 tridents." And then he walks to the other end of the stage and repeats what he has to say. He does it as many times as needed for as many different people to hear. And then he's getting ready to get off the stage and go walk to some other part of the town to spread the word.
Orion will kind of run over, right?
Okay.
And say, hey man, do you have like a copy of that? Like, where am I going? Like, you said Ilos. I know that's down to the south, right? Do you have multiples of these missions?
Yeah, he stops. This guy looks like a bookish worm kind of guy, right? He doesn't look like he's a warrior. He basically looks like a messenger of some kind. And he looks at you, having just purchased a bunch of weapons and armor, and you guys are all, brand new, glistening, hide. It hasn't even been broken in yet, that kind of stuff. You guys are fresh off the cabbage boat. He's looking at you guys and he says, you look like warriors that might be able to help. Do you think you could assist with my king's request?
Yeah, finding an oracle isn't that hard, right?
What?
You said that his daughter is an oracle.
And she's gone missing.
Yeah, finding an oracle isn't that hard.
Okay, hang on. You must be great and powerful to believe those things.
Of course.
Oh,
don't you see these muscles?
Okay. And he looks at Raxus and says yes. So, and you, sir, you, and he points at Zermekes and he goes, and you, sir, you would have a nose for this. You might be just what the king has ordered. And 100,000 tridents. It's his daughter, after all. You can't imagine the grief he's going through and the stress that he's under. But if you could help, I'm going to be in town for as long as as I'm needed here. But you can head out immediately south down the main road along the coast, and it's like a 2-day walk, I think. I mean, I'm guessing. Hang on.
So let me get this right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would get you to the river, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would get you to Ilos.
So you're saying if we can present King Leandros with this oracle, he will in turn present us with profit.
Yes.
100,000 tridents.
This seems like a pretty good deal, guys. And think about it. We can use this as, and I'm looking at Ryan. Think about it, guys. We can use this as a jumping off point to put our names out there even more, because the people who saved whoever this guy's daughter, saved the princess, and the supposedly powerful oracle at that. That's gonna parties out there on the map for sure. So I say we do it. This is gonna open up a lot of doors for us to do a lot of big stuff down the road. So I say let's go for it.
And your bullish friend here speaks the truth, because the king, he would be grateful. In addition to owing you coins, he might also owe you his daughter's life. You know what I mean? He would. That's an important boon that you would be earning from him.
So, we get all the way down to Ilos.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we have to report to find? Like, who was the last person? Like, when we
You
get
just
to
go.
Ilos,
You just go straight to the king.
straight to the king. There's no. Do I need a copy of your missive?
No. Well, you know what the story is. You just tell them why you're there, and they will be like, right. They'll rush you to the king right away.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ilos is not Ithia, where it's not like a city. It's only like, to be honest, I have gotten lost here in Ithia more often than I would like to admit. But in Ilos, you'll be able to find your way around. There's it's not a big, I guess you would call it a village as opposed to a city.
Okay.
But it's on the map. So, okay, that's another thing. This is just me out of character telling you something. There are villages and towns and ruins and, orchards or whatever. There's a million things on this map that you don't see because they're not large enough to be put on the map. So like you might wander into a village of like 10 buildings, and it's like a Wild West town. It's out there. But it's not on the map. It's not big enough. But it might be up and coming. It might be something like that. So there are a lot of like little villages and farms and stuff like that you'll never see on the map.
Speaking of a map, we should probably buy one. I guess with everybody finishing up with their armor fitting and testing out various weapons, Orion will try to find like a local cartographer, I guess, to make sure that we have a map.
Yeah. So there is a guy that looks like he has map scrolls. None of the maps are out of the scrolls on display or anything like that. And the cheapest map, and you don't even have to know where it's from, the cheapest map is like 1,000 silver.
Oh, so these things are expensive.
A map is expensive.
It's a lot of work.
Okay.
And they're one of a kind. They don't have a printing press.
So then we just have to hope that we know where things are.
Well, he told you just walk down the road. You can't miss it. I mean, it's going to take you straight to the town. And that's where most of your directions come from. Turn left at the oak tree and go 50 yards and turn right and you'll see the water puddle. Yeah, that's how you get directions.
All right. So
There's no Google Maps. Okay, but just follow the road. It's the coastal road. And after about 2 days, you'll run into Ilos.
All right, man. Hey, well, see you around, and I guess Orion will kind of turn around and tell everybody, hey, guys, I think this is a good opportunity for us.
Oh, I think so too, because this is gonna. I have a good feeling that it's gonna put us on the map for what we can do going forward. Just think about it. We saved a princess. That's
Essentially, marry a princess.
Maybe make you. Who knows? Maybe you get to be a prince if you do everything right. Just saying.
Maybe she will be grateful of you rescuing her.
How about you, Zermedes? You in?
I require no hand in return, but for the money and the restoration of my honor, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm assuming Silix will kind of agree with us as well.
Yeah.
So how about this? We leave first thing in the morning. Well, what time is it now? After getting fitted for armor and stuff, that stuff takes hours, right?
Yeah, but yes, but it's still morning. It's
Oh, it's
not,
still morning?
yeah, 9 maybe.
Oh, so then we could go now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could start right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's going to be a 14-hour trip anyway, and you can't travel more than 10 hours even if you go fast. So it's definitely going to be 2 days. So you could just go normal 8 today and then 8 tomorrow, or actually you can't go 8 today because you've already burned a couple hours. So you could go 6 at normal, and then you can hit it up with the rest the next day. Yeah, you could do it. What I'm trying to say is you still have enough time to get there in 2 days.
Alright, so we'll end at 6, and it's 8 hexes. So we can get to the river, and I'm willing to bet that there's probably a popular stop near the river, so let's do that, guys. Is everybody in agreement then?
That sounds like a good plan. So, Medis, what do you think?
I like going cross country.
Okay. Well, with all of our brand new equipment and things, let's go ahead and travel.
Well, for one thing, if you follow the road, you won't get lost. There won't be any navigational rolls that you'll have to make if you follow the road.
Yeah, Orion is a man to follow the road, and he wants to end. I'm thinking. Oh, we didn't know that the river is like almost half the way there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
You have general knowledge. You have general knowledge of the area, so you might know that there's 3 rivers to the south that branch out, and that's called the Trident.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, because they named it after the goddess that patron in this area.
Okay, it looks like we're going on a trip. Going on a trip.
Yep.
So.
Okay, so you head out as early as you can to try to make up as much missed time as possible. You get on the road and you start heading south.
Is there anybody else going the same path as us? You know, for like safety.
Silix will go with you guys.
Oh, besides Celix, I mean, what I'm saying is, like, is there anybody else going south right now?
No, most people are content to be in the city or to, So everybody heads to the city. There's very few people that leave the city.
Oh, okay.
But every now and then you'll see people like yourself. But no, you guys are by yourself. You might come across some people on the road, but there's not like a caravan heading south.
Oh, I thought we would get lucky.
Right. Okay. So you start heading south, and just so you know, there are some wandering monster random encounters that might or might not happen on the way south. How it works is, if I could only remember. Okay, there we go. The wilds. Here we are. Okay, are you pushing yourselves, trying to speed the process up, or are you just going to go normal? Which is going to, you're going to be able to get about 6 hexes today if you would like to do that.
I think we should go normal pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am in no rush.
Right. Okay. So you guys start heading down the road, right? Going gently, stopping for lunch, eating whatever food that you have carried with you, your one ration, or not. Hang on. You have a couple of outlanders that can do some what do you call it? Like hunting on the way. Like you'll stop for lunch. The outlanders will go out, set a few traps for rabbits or whatever, and come back with enough meals to feed the entire party. So you don't have to use any rations. Water is you have a water skin, so you're good. If you get to a river, you can refill your water skin. The ocean's not good to drink, just so you know. But also, your Outlander friends can find fresh water pretty much anywhere in this area because there's going to be like water puddles and pools and little ponds or whatever. That's not on the map. You can easily find those. Okay, so you get to about there. Yep, you get to about there. And after I roll my 1 in 4 chance of an encounter, something happens. Or does it?
I love this feature, dude. What?
What feature?
A wanderer feature. So strong.
Anything's useful if you use it right.
I don't think there... I mean, there should be a... Okay.
I don't like how dark the hexes are on this map. It's giving me traveler flashbacks in the weirdest way.
You are suffering. Okay, so you're not that far. There is something happening. The road to Ilos. That might be it. Yep, this is it. This is what you see. I should be able to give you, even if I show this to you.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. So off in the background, you can see Ithia. You're leaving Ithia. You're heading south, along the little coastal road or whatever. That's not you. You don't have a wagon. But you can see how peaceful, serene the trip is. There's little farms and orchards and stuff that you walk by. And, it's Greece, right? Okay. And then the road leads south to Ilos. Following the coast, it winds along the base of dry, brush-covered hills, overlooking the blue waters of the sea. Sometimes it winds close to the water, where lapping waves roll against gentle white sand. In other places, the waves break far below, down rocky banks covered in dry grass and wildflowers. A deep roar echoes off the hills. A winged shadow rushes across the dry earth. Dust billows up from the road as a huge Leonin beast beats tattered, leathery wings. One of the oxen cries in pain as flashing talons sink into its hide. Powerful wings beat, dragging the cattle along the road to the edge of the cliff.
This is happening in front of us?
This is happening right now. I'm going to bring you over to the road to Ilos. Hey, listen, there's music. Okay, so you guys are... Wait a second, what's going on?
Darkness.
Right. So the bottom of this map is north. The top of the the map is south. Okay, because you're heading south to Ilos. Can you see anything? It's all dark?
It's all dark.
Okay, that's good. Because you don't have any tokens. Let's make sure we get you some tokens.
This map is so big. What the?
It's actually not. It's actually tiny compared to all the other ones.
It's not that big.
It is not big at all. You will see. It will make you see. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this looks like it's about the right size. Let's copy and paste those. Let's put you on the road to Ilos. I gotta close this. It's in the way. I gotta close this. It's in the way. There we go. Boop. Okay, so you should all... We'll put Raxus in front. We'll put Zermates up there with him, and there you go. You guys are in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. You guys are down there. So off on the right, you can see the Aegean Sea, and then on the far left, you see a creature with that face
Oh, jeez.
digging.
I thought you said it was dragging an oxen.
It's digging into an oxen.
Ah,
Do you not see the oxen on the map?
I see a sheep.
Yeah, well, you know, it's an ox. That's the best I could do. Okay, yeah, it's an ox. The broken body of the ox lies at the bottom of a rocky slope. A manticore, barbed tail thrashing, hunches over it, tearing it apart. While it eats, its maned head seems to be that of a lion. Only when it pauses in its meal and looks up from its blood-stained face, it is nearly human, save for golden eyes like those of a great cat, staring unblinkingly from above the bestial maw of its jagged teeth. Yeah, but you can see that it has tattered wings. Its wings have holes in it, and it looks like something might be caught or tangled in its wings as well. It does look like it has some wounds. This ox could not have given it these wounds. And I'm going to assume it's going to fight you. And we'll do that next week.
Okay.
Because it's 11 o'clock.
All right.
So,
Go ahead.
what are you saying?
I had two questions, but you were going to say something.
No, I'm good. I was just going to say it's the end of the game and we're going to
Oh.
file out and all that.
I saw your note on the martial arts thing that I have.
Yeah.
So I was looking through the others to make sure there wasn't anything. And I saw for claws, it specifies that that's an alternative to unarmed strikes, but it also specifically says strength modifier.
Yeah.
So leave that as is.
So, correct.
Okay, cool. And then the other one...
Because it does exactly the same damage as your fists.
Well, my fists...
other than
dexterity.
dex and strength, right?
Yeah. I could live with that. So later on, let's say I believe my unarmed strikes become magical. Would that affect the claws?
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes, because it's only flavor,
Okay.
right? So you could be clawing somebody. You're just rolling on the unarmed strike.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
yeah,
then-
it's just flavor.
Okay. Then my second question was just to confirm my second losing piety thing.
Okay.
Is that supposed to say including Artemis?
Yep.
Okay. Because the sacrifice part makes that weird.
You cannot do sacrifices. Period.
Okay.
To
I can live with that.
your god or any other god.
I can live with that.
All right. It's
That one
it's
just
the act of
weird.
killing a natural creature that is the problem.
Okay. So I could make an offering, but not a sacrifice.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the animal.
I was equating those to each other. Okay. That makes sense, yes. Because the Greek sacrifices were... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I get that now. Cool.
All right. So, how'd you like your first game? First session. We're gonna work our way out of the game. But how'd you like your first?
It was pretty good.
Okay. I know the first sessions are usually a little rough because everybody's got to get to know each other. Plus, you had to do a shopping event, and then now you're on the road to fame. It took a while to get there, but now you're on your way.
I think it went well.
I grant that there is a big adventure trying to find the king's daughter, right? So I hope you guys enjoy the story. If you don't,
So far, you got me hooked up on it. So
if you love the story, I wrote it. If you don't like it, I'm using a module. So, actually, to be honest, I did take a bunch of modules and stripped what I liked out of them to make a story. So, hopefully this works.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Yeah, and I didn't realize when Chad left, the stream cameras got all mixed up, and because his camera left, I wasn't putting 2 to 2. So I went to the map to the stream, and I said, "Oh my gosh, why is everybody's faces cut off?" And then I remembered, oh yeah, he dropped out. But that shouldn't happen next week, right? Because because
starting at 6:15.
6:15 next week, and we'll play till 10:15.
Yep. I'll
Okay.
change.
It'll be a little bit earlier for everybody. That's okay.
I don't know why I thought 7:30 today. So
That's okay. You were here on time. Everything's good.
6:15.
Yeah, and I'll remind myself and everybody else in Discord like next Wednesday. All right, guys. Well, thank you for coming out to the stream. Thank you for coming out for the D&D game. Hopefully, we went through our 5th slot, right? The 5th player slot just went through like 4 people in 1 week. So I don't know. They would log in, they would make a character, and then the day after they would tell me they didn't like it, or whatever. And it's not for everybody. So that's okay. Maybe they didn't like not starting with a sword.
Well, Mr. Falk missed on something pretty good.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are gonna really like this story. I don't know what else to say. Other than, I'll see you next week. I'm gonna log out.
Okay.
All right,
Bye-bye.
good night. Good night.
We'll see you.
No! Get out of here!